So welcome back to the Jobs Live channel.
We have a wide variety of roles available at Cam Health Medcoms.
So we've got a number of regional offices. We've got both construction and highways are based at Salford Quays.
Yeah, so I work on the highways sector of the business, and I'm an assistant HR business partner, so I look after all our highways contracts that we've got currently in the northwest of the Kia business, basically.
And we're going to speak to Amanda from Stockport Homes.
Get yourself a really good quality professional email address. It really is much more important than you think. Make sure that your person spec at the top absolutely matches the job that you're going for. The role profile that you've been asked to meet should absolutely come through in the person spec at the top, so that an employer very quickly can say, right, okay, you're ideal.
From Wigan through Lee, through Tilsley, Atherton, literally you could be based anywhere across the borough when you come and work for the council.
From Cumbria, which is almost most northerly point, is up towards Carlisle, right down to the southern point of Cheshire.
So much interaction on the chats, so many people getting in touch. So thank you for that, and thank you for those employers who are signposting people to various websites and giving them advice about applying for work.
We're currently recruiting for care workers. We actually have 30 current vacancies in this area at the moment. So that would be obviously community carers, but there is opportunity to do other things, mainly going on to be a senior carer, or eventually coming in and working in the offices with me and the rest of our team within the office.
It's so exciting. There's a job for everybody, I do believe. We have people working obviously on site in trade positions, and then obviously back office staff, support staff, HR, recruitment, you name it, there's a job.
We are now looking for another 300 individuals to work as traffic management operatives. So that includes trainee opportunities and qualified operatives and foremen into the business. That's a shift paid role. But we also have then additional management opportunities for contracts managers and operations managers.
See you again soon here on the Jobs Live channel. Take care.
Thanks, Stuart. I have been joined by Laura Cross today from Infinity Company. So hi Laura, it's nice to meet you.
Hi, you okay?
I'm good, thanks. So please tell us a little bit about what your company does.
So Affinity Home Care, we provide care to the adults over age 18 in their own homes on a one-to-one basis. We are offering an efficient, flexible and professional home care service to allow people to remain in their own homes for as long as possible. And as we probably all know now, as we grow much older, home becomes an even more important place for us, and a sanctuary of security and safety, and where we want to be a part of that.
Oh wow, fantastic. And where is it that you're based?
So our head office is actually based in Wilmslow, Cheshire, and there we cover Macclesfield, Alderley Edge, Hale and Wilmslow, and then we've got another 2 offices based in Wales, one in Aberystwyth and one in Newtown.
Oh, fantastic. So it's great to see that you've got so many bases as well across the UK. So what roles is it that you are currently recruiting?
So currently we are looking for home care workers to work a variety of shifts. So our shifts start from 7 a.m. till 2 p.m. and they cover mornings and lunches. And then we start tea and evenings, which starts from around 3:30 till 10. And the roles themselves, as you can imagine, it's out in the community, so we do need car drivers, or at least access to a vehicle, because you are going to need to be going from house to house and being able to meet a certain deadline with times.
Okay, fantastic. And what kind of people are you looking for to join your organisation?
So it takes a certain type of someone to do care work, and having done the role myself, it is very challenging. However, it is rewarding. We do want applicants to make sure they fully understand the role, they know what the job entails. You need to be enthusiastic, compassionate, and very much have a can-do attitude. The staff that we want to employ need to understand that they're not just going to walk in to befriend an older person. They are there to provide a service, be supportive, and befriend them, but also be on that, a listening ear for them, because as we all know, during the pandemic, a lot of people have lost family members or not seen them, and we can sometimes be classed as the daughter or the son that they just haven't seen for a year.
No, absolutely. So it's fantastic to see that you're able to provide that support to those out in the community. So why work for you then?
So working in the care sector myself, I've been working in the care sector now for over a decade, so I'm not going to say my age. But anyone from the director to myself, the branch managers, deputies and seniors, we've all had hands-on care work experience, and I think that's quite hard to come by, really. So we understand the pain or the struggles that families go through or service users go through, and that of the staff. It isn't a case of walking in sometimes to look after a lovely old lady with a lovely china teacup set. You can walk in sometimes and families are disjointed, or the living conditions are far from what you would think would be normal, and we have to be seen to be supporting them and our staff. And I think it helps working for a family-based company that's been going now for just under 15 years, that we fully understand and appreciate what people are going through and what our staff are put through every day.
No, absolutely. And do you have any hints or tips for those who are wanting to apply?
Definitely. So I've done hundreds of interviews over the last 10 years, and what I would suggest is go away. If you are going to apply to become a domiciliary care worker, go away and actually research the role, research what it is that will be expected of you. Personal care is a major aspect of the role, and some people may not feel comfortable providing personal care to male or female service users of ours. And I would 100% say is if you are compassionate and empathetic towards people, bring that across to us in an interview. We don't just look at your CV. We don't just reel people off on what experience you do have and what you don't have. Don't stress too much and just be yourself, and that will come across in an interview for us, and that helps us make that decision at the end.
Oh, well, that is some fantastic tips that you have provided for us today. So thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. And back to you, Stuart, in the studio.
Thanks, Stuart. So today I have been joined by Alex from Eddie Stobart. So Alex, could you tell us a little bit more about Eddie Stobart and what you guys do there?
Yeah, of course I can. So Eddie Stobart is a transport and logistics and warehousing business. We're based all across the UK. We store and move goods on behalf of our customers over a 7-day week, 24/7 operation. We've got about 6,600 staff working across all the operating centres all across the UK.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So you mentioned all across the UK there, but where exactly are you guys based?
So my team and myself are based at our operating centre in Wellington, but we've got lots of other operating centres, mostly around the Midlands. We've got some in the south of the country as well, but basically all over the UK we've got bases.
Perfect, that's lovely. So what roles are you guys recruiting for at the moment?
So we've got a wide range of roles that we're recruiting for, anywhere from warehouse operatives and forklift truck drivers to Class 1 drivers, and then also office staff. So that could be anything and everything from finance support, HR, customer service and administration roles.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So a nice variety there. So what kind of people are you looking for to join your organisation, especially with those type of roles in mind?
Yeah, we're looking for anybody that's enthusiastic and hardworking who wants to come and join a big brand like Eddie Stobart's. It is a tough industry to work in, but it's very rewarding and it's also really exciting and challenging.
Perfect, that's lovely. So why would someone want to come and work for Eddie Stobart?
So our business was formed in 1970 and we are still operating today. We are a really successful business and everybody that works for our business is extremely proud of who we are and what we do. We all work together to get things done and we are really successful.
Brilliant, that's amazing. So for anyone out there that's wanting to apply today, do you have any hints or tips for them?
Yeah, my top tips would be make sure that your CV is kept up to date and has got the correct contact details on it. Make sure you do a spell check and make sure that everything makes sense on it. Attention to detail is key for a lot of our roles, so that's some of the basic things that we look for in applications. I would also say make sure that you apply for a job that's relevant to you and you've got the correct skill set for, especially if it requires formal qualifications. If you don't have them, don't apply for it.
Perfect, that's lovely. Well, thank you so much, Alex, for your time today, and thank you for those amazing hints and tips there as well. I'm sure a lot of people will be getting a lot out of that. However, unfortunately, that is the end of the interview for today, but hopefully we'll have you back onto the Jobs Live channel again very soon. But for now, it's back to Stuart in the studio.
Hello and welcome to this video. Today, we'll be showing you how to get the most out of the Learn Live partner pages. Firstly, let's start with what is a partner page. A partner page is a space where you can uncover in more detail what a company does and what they can offer. If you are on a broadcast or event page such as this one and you have found a company that you would like to know more about, if you scroll down below the video player, you will find all videos from that show available on demand. Underneath those videos, there is an orange banner which you can select and it will lead you to the company in question's partner page. Here are just a few tips on how you can fully benefit from using a company's partner page. All of our partner pages are individually tailored to the company and keeping you in mind. Each page holds interviews from past and present members of the company as they give you a deeper insight into what the company is all about and what they have to offer. You also have the opportunity to take a look at their available resources on the Resources tab, where you can download information from websites, PDF documents, and much more. You also have the ability to take a look at their social media platforms such as Twitter and Facebook to see what opportunities they have available, along with anything they would like to shout about. Next to the video player, there is the opportunity to carry on the conversation with employers from the company of your choice through the live chat. If you have a question that is more specific to you finding out more about that particular company, you have the opportunity to talk to that employer more on a one-to-one level and continue more in-depth conversations through their partner page. Here, you have the option to direct message the employer by using the @ button, and someone will get back to you as soon as possible. This live chat feature gives you the opportunity to see what others have also asked the company, so you have easier access to further information. With your question being on the partner page chat, you have a higher likelihood of your answer being more personalised to you. However, you do have the opportunity to not only public, but private message a company on the chat facility. For more information on how you can fully utilise this feature, please check out our live chat tutorial video, which is housed under the FAQ section on the Resource tab. Thank you for watching this demo. We hope that this has helped you understand how you can make the most out of partner pages. Remember, stay safe and stay connected.
So I've now been joined by Alice from Rosendale Trust. Hi, Alice.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us on the Jobs Live channel for this Northwest Works for You broadcast. Just tell me a little bit about yourself and what your company does.
Yes, so hi, nice to join you. My name's Alice Clues. I work in the HR department at the Rosendale Trust. The Rosendale Trust provides supported living care to adults with learning and physical disabilities in apartments and houses. So our care support workers work as part of a team, and they provide high standards of care and support to our tenants to enable them to live a full and meaningful life. So they'll promote independence and choice for each tenant in all aspects of their life. So that could be cooking, cleaning, personal care, attending appointments and leisure activities as well.
Great. So as an organisation, where are you actually based?
So we're actually primarily based in Sutton, Macclesfield, but we do have properties in Buxton as well.
Great. So anybody who came working for you, Alice, currently would that be physically coming into the office, or is there some element of remote working as well?
So it's support workers, so they would work in the tenants' apartments or houses, so that would be in Macclesfield. If the position's based in Macclesfield, it would be in Macclesfield, or we do have positions that sometimes are available in Buxton.
Perfect. Okay, great. Just tell us the kind of roles that you're recruiting for then currently.
So at the moment, we have full-time and part-time positions available for care support workers based at our Macclesfield locations. I would always say it's a good idea to keep an eye on our website to check what vacancies we do have, because, for example, we might have positions in Buxton come up available, or similarly, we do recruit for night workers as well, so they may come up on our website in the near future.
Perfect. And the kind of people you're looking for then, people that you're wanting to speak to today, who succeed in your organisation, what do those people look like, Alice?
So we're looking for people who are caring, patient, and that are willing to support vulnerable adults while ensuring that they treat them with the dignity and respect. We don't require people to have experience to work with us, because we believe that those personal skills are more important, and we do offer full training, so it's not something you need to have experience in. Of course, it is an advantage, but it's not essential.
And why work for Rosendale Trust? I mean, what's the benefits of joining you and starting a career with you, and what do you find people enjoy the most about working for the Trust?
So I think the main thing is that working in care, it can be a very rewarding career, because you're making a difference every day to someone else's life and supporting them to live their life fully and as meaningful as they can do. So we also have career progression opportunities. So we offer the opportunity to gain qualifications, so level 2, level 3 in health and social care. And we also have a range of staff benefits, such as a health cash plan, long service awards, enhanced sick pay schemes and life assurance schemes.
So plenty of benefits, and obviously all of that is detailed in the job vacancies. As people apply, they can read up on that.
Yeah, there's lots of information, and if anyone has any questions, they can get in touch with us.
Perfect. Well, this is their chance to do that actually now on this broadcast, to use the live chat to get in touch with Alice and the team at Rosendale, and I'm sure you can guide them. And really my final question is around that, for people who have applied successfully to work for you in the past, any hints or tips for those applying maybe today, and to make sure they are successful in that process?
I would always say it's a good idea to have a good look on our website and just find out more about what we do, and to always look at the job profile of the role that you're applying for, which are all on our website. Make sure you familiarise yourself with that role before you start your application form. And then when you do fill in your application form, include as much information as you can for all the questions it asks and explain why you think you would be suited to fit that role.
Great. And in the current climate, I mean, are you doing lots of interviews online or on Zoom or on Teams?
Sometimes we do have interviews online, yes, but we do occasionally have interviews in person, obviously social distance and everything, because our care staff are still in work at the moment, being key workers, so they are, all the precautions in place as well.
Great. It's good to know. And it's good to know when people are applying what their expectation is of an interview and where that would take place. So thanks for letting us know about that. And let us know more about Rossendale Trust as well, Alice. It's been great to understand more about your organisation. And people can find out much more on your partner page. And of course, we'll leave the chat open for any future inquiries that people may have as well.
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel for this Northwest Works For You event. We'll hopefully see you again soon, Alice, on the channel, and take care.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Stuart. I have been joined by Alison Clark from the Alternative Futures Group. So tell me, Alison, can you give me a quick introduction about yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Alison Clark and I'm the Talent and Attraction Lead for AFG.
Okay, fantastic. So can you tell me about what your company does?
Sure, we are a health and social care charity. We are the largest health and social care charity in the Northwest, and we provide supporting living services to people with learning disabilities and mental health conditions.
Oh, wow, fantastic. And where is it that you're based?
Well, our headquarters are based in Prescott, which is Merseyside, but we, as I say, we provide services across the Northwest, so Cheshire, Merseyside and Lancashire, as well as Rochdale. We also have 6 independent hospitals, and they are in Wigan, Ellesmere Port, Warrington, Wythenshawe and Bolton. So we pretty much cover the whole of the Northwest.
Oh, wow, fantastic. It's great to see that you're able to provide care to as many people. So what roles is it that you are recruiting for?
Predominantly, we recruit for support workers, and support workers comes in 3 different ways for AFG. So we have a support worker that works in our supported living services, and they may be working within a small team in a property, supporting 2 or 3 people to live independent lives. And that's a permanent team that's in place 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Alternatively, it could be an outreach support worker, and they have a small list of people that they visit each week just to check in on them, make sure they're okay. And then we also have the support workers who work in our independent hospitals, supporting the clinical team, the mental health nurses and the occupational therapists in that more clinical setting for mental health.
Okay, fantastic. So it's great to see that you've got a variety of roles that you cover at the company. So what kind of people is it that who you're looking to join your organisation?
So we don't recruit for skills or experience. We look for people that represent our values. Our values are, we are one, we raise the bar, every person matters, we make a positive difference, and we take ownership. I'm just making sure I get them right. They are fundamental to everything that we do, and we're also looking for people that are keen to develop their skills and provide person-centred care as well.
Oh, that's really nice to hear. So tell me, so what are the benefits for people to join your company? So why work for you?
Okay, well, I've given this a good deal of thought, and we have an award-winning commitment to people development. We won the largest employer award just a few weeks ago, and this is underpinned by the apprenticeships that we have on offer, and also more advanced levels, so QCF levels 2 to 4, the old MVQs, and we've been recognised as promoting that as an essential part of our organisation. And we also look for people to bring their passions to work, by which I mean that could be football or it could be making cakes, and we will find a match for somebody and you can share your passions together by baking cakes or, like I say, playing football or anything really. And that's very different in that we match for that. And then we celebrate our success every year at an annual awards event. It was a bit quiet the last one, but prior to that, it's a big black tie affair, and people that represent our values are nominated for the awards throughout the year, and then we celebrate that as well.
Oh wow, that's fantastic. So for those who are keen to join the industry, what hints or tips can you give to those who are applying?
Well, I would say have a look at the job adverts, and there's a lot of different support workers being advertised all the time. We provide a lot of detail around the very specific nature of the support that you'll be providing for every individual advert we put out. So take time to find one that really matches what it is you're about and you can offer. And then take some more time to think about how you can get that across in your job application. We have one particular question, for example, in our application form, and you can take the opportunity to tell us more about yourself and why you think you're right for this particular service, and obviously a good up-to-date CV, always needed.
Oh, that's some really great advice that you've provided for us today, and some interesting information about your company as well. But that's all that we have time for today. But thank you very much for joining us. So it's back to you, Stuart, in the studio.
We're going to speak to Amanda from Stockport Homes. Amanda, is it fair to say the building industry is also in a bit of a boom at the moment?
It is, yes. Very fair to say that, definitely.
So you're Amanda Ward from Stockport Homes. Just tell us, Amanda, a little bit about your role there within Stockport Homes.
So yes, Amanda Ward, Stockport Homes. I'm the Employment Support Manager. So essentially one might think that our business is just generally about rent collection or buildings or properties, but it's really about communities. It's absolutely, we've got our mission, which is one team transforming lives. So essentially my job as the Employment Support Manager, I manage a team that support our customers to get back into employment, because that's really important to us to be able to support our customers.
And I guess the clue's in the title, but Stockport Homes as a company, what do you do?
So we've got quite a lot of different areas that we work on. Recently we actually had a big business development and we changed our company structure. So we are now Stockport Homes Limited, and we have lots of different arms. So we have Viaduct, which is our development arm, and we've got 360, which is our trading company, which does our capital works and commercially selling construction services. And we've recently just created our Foundations Charitable Community Benefit Society, essentially a charity. And we've got a lot of things that work in that area of the business, everything from your local pantries to furniture recycling to our Motivate service, which runs, we're one of the housing associations that deliver that across Greater Manchester, which supports those who are furthest to reach back into employment. So there's a lot of different areas that are within the business, not just sort of, the actual core elements of running a housing association on behalf of the local council.
And just give us a sense of size of your organisation. How many people do you roughly employ at the moment?
So we've got just shy of 650 employees. We've got a lot of employees now in a lot of different areas of the business. So like we're saying, sort of like the Foundations charitable arm, that's recently started to really grow. So that's getting much more employees in. And we've also got as well our 360, which is growing all the time, as you referenced right at the start, Stuart. Construction really is booming. So it's a lot of work that we're doing there. We don't just do a lot of work in Stockport. We've also recently been installing fire doors in schools in Rochdale. We do a lot of different work over a lot of different regions, and there's a lot of kind of different community elements that make up Stockport Homes as well, because we really are very much a values-based employer, and it's about how we manage to support our community and how we can make sure that our workforce represents our community as well. We're very keen to employ local people so that we know that we've got our workforce representing the people that we support and serve.
No, that's fantastic. And we're here at the channel, Jobs Live channel, is to educate, inspire, and connect people. And one of the things that I very obvious from talking to organisations today is that education piece around people may look at Stockport Homes and go, "No, that's not really for me." But actually, if they drill down a little bit deeper, there's so many roles that you bring in people with transferable skills from different sectors. You must see that every day. People who've never worked in your sector being able to find a home in your company.
Oh, I think it's the classic line. We always say it. Nobody dreams of a life in housing. Nobody starts their career and thinks, right, crikey, housing, that's where I need to be. Nearly everybody in the organisation has come from somewhere else, some other kind of industry, some different elements. And we really do bring a lot of that together, and then people start to come and work for us. I was looking recently to prepare for sort of like this morning, and we've got so many different jobs that we've recruited for in the past 6 months alone, not just sort of like those construction and joinery jobs, but antisocial behaviour team leaders and key workers and housing support officers, so many different elements of the business. And I think a lot of people don't always think that a housing association has so many component parts. We've got finance, we've got HR, we've got our marketing and comms team, which do external work for the organisation and also as well for other organisations. So there's a lot of different elements to working for a housing association. It really is quite a wide and diverse field. But you're right, Stuart, not everybody thinks of housing. That's the key area for me to move into.
No, indeed. And I think part of today is making sure people are aware of that. But just give us a flavour of the kind of roles that you have currently within Stockport Homes. If I was to go on your website now, what would I find?
So this is the concerning part. So at the moment, you'd only find one job that we have, but this is because we've changed our recruitment organisation that does all of our online recruitment. And by the end of today, though, there will be a lot of other jobs that are going up. But it's like the changeover day has just been today.
Typical.
So at the moment, we've got our. It's typical. It's just typical. At the moment, we have our HR administration. Up until Sunday, we had an electrical engineer's job that was available. But we've got quite a few different key worker, support worker roles that are in the pipeline. We've got some team manager roles that will be coming out in the next few weeks as well. And I've been reassured by HR this morning that there are at least 10 other positions that will be on the website by this afternoon.
That's brilliant. So if someone wants to get in touch with you, you could send them that information, those links, so they can refresh the page later on today and hopefully see a lot more roles there.
More jobs there. Yes, definitely.
Perfect. So there's something, if you wanted to go to Stockport Homes, and I'm sure your team will put the link on the live chat as we're talking there, so people can go straight to that page and ensure that people find you and can register or do whatever they need to do to get in touch. Amanda, you obviously, in your role, you see a lot of people's applications, and then you recruit them, and you must sort of see a pattern emerging of the kind of people who are successful in Stockport Homes. What is that? What are you looking for in people when they come work for you?
For us, it's the values. So we work to our Aspire values, and it really is core for all areas of the business, whether that's in construction elements or whether that's in our HR team or our finance team. It absolutely is the values. And for us, it's about providing an exceptional customer experience for everybody who is one of our tenants, and also as well working hard to change and create better communities. That's absolutely at the core of our mission, really. So there's a lot of things that we look for that are more sort of like your values as opposed to your actual technical skills and abilities. Certainly looking for the right type of fit for a Stockport Homes employee.
Thank you. And as an organisation, I mean, what's the benefits of working for you? I mean, what does working at Stockport Homes mean for someone who joins you?
I think there's some of the core headline things. So we're a living wage employer, we're a Stonewall diversity champion, we are platinum rated investors in people. Our most proud achievement is that we are in the Sunday Times top 100 best non-for-profit organisation. We are number one as of 2020.
Well, congratulations.
So it is, but for us as well, it's the package that we offer all of our workers, or everybody who works for Stockport Homes. There's an amazing amount of emphasis that's on health and well-being, that's on supporting people. We support staff to do qualifications, accredited qualifications, diplomas. There's a lot of work that goes into, we're very keen to grow our community, grow our own, and make sure that people have amazing opportunities to develop and that people are happy at work. We have a lot of things that we do. We do Aspire Days, so where people can take part in activities and really feel part of the company. We've done a few of those remotely even over this period of time, and sort of like lots of packages and documents and goodie bags and things like that are sent out to staff, and we're all brought together virtually to do wonderful activities. But it really is very much a family, and it's an amazing organisation to work for, and there's a wealth of opportunities. We've been working very hard with the DWP in relation to kickstart opportunities. We've got 7 of those that have 4 have just started today, so we've got another 3 to start later on this week, and we've got a new range of kickstart opportunities that are coming out as well. But there's just so many opportunities for people to join the organisation and to grow and to really develop themselves and their skills. We work really hard with people to make sure that your working pattern and your working life balance is where it should be as well. So we do a lot of we all do a lot of working from home now, don't we? But there's a lot of that working from home, but also as well flexible working if somebody wants to do compressed hours. So there's a lot of different benefits and different opportunities just by working for Stockport Homes that people can access.
Thanks, Amanda. Thanks for sharing that with us. And regarding, you've talked there about the people who work for you and what they bring to the organisation, and of course the benefits of working for you as well. My final question is around really the support that we're offering today. As you know, there's lots of your peers and lots of organisations supporting people back into work, because it is quite isolating, isn't it? Quite lonely journey when you're looking for work, and any support you can get is much appreciated. So you as an employer, what hints or what tips can you give people right now to make sure their application is successful?
Well, I would say, first of all, if you want to get in touch with us, my team are there on hand to help people with CV writing, job searching, applications, all that kind of support. So we are a tenancy blind service, so it doesn't mean that just if you're not a Stockport Homes tenant, you can't access the service. We want to help everybody secure their next career. I think in terms of just little hints and tips that people can take away, definitely that CV. Make sure that your person spec at the top absolutely matches the job that you're going for. The role profile that you've been asked to meet should absolutely come through in the person spec at the top, so that an employer very quickly can say, right, okay, you're ideal. And the other tip I would give is really, really get yourself a really good quality professional email address. It really is much more important than you think.
And that's the first time we've heard that today. So are you saying to me you're still seeing people with maybe an email address they had when they were in school?
Every so often we find a quirky email address, yes, and it does make you think. And as much as kind of like, you want an employer to see your personality, and you want them to, but you also want them to see your personality when you arrive for interview. So it's really important that even if you just got that generic one, just because it makes it easier. It makes it easier for you as well when you're job searching, because those emails will go back to that one address, and just make sure it is quite a good quality email address. And the other tip I would give as well is make sure if you're applying for lots and lots of jobs all in one time frame, make sure you do keep all the documentation, the role profile that you've applied for and what it is you're looking for. You'll be surprised how many people email an employer to ask them for the role profile for the job that they've applied for. So it is, just keep that record.
No, that's brilliant advice, and especially around the email. I mean, some people just may fall into that trap, as you say. It's been there for years, but it is time to change it, isn't it? Make it more professional looking, especially when you're applying to organisations like your own. Look, this has been really helpful. I'm sorry we ran out of time, Amanda. We could have probably talked for another hour at least, couldn't we, about hints and tips and, of course, what Stockport Homes do. But please do get in touch with Stockport Homes on the Jobs Live channel. You'll see their partner page right now. I know the team are there waiting to take your questions. If you've got any questions about them and what they do, and especially when those jobs go live in a couple of hours, hopefully, on your website. Fingers crossed, anyway. Thanks so much for joining us. We've got another interview coming up very soon. We're going to meet up with Waits, who are also in that construction space. So lots of construction opportunities today here on Jobs Live. In the meantime, thanks so much, Amanda. Take care, and we'll see you soon on the Jobs Live channel.
Thank you. Bye.
So welcome back to Jobs Live. This is Wednesday, and thank you for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. Hope you found today useful. Lots of employers online right now waiting to speak to you about their vacancies. And next up, we have Amy from Connected Talent. Hello, Amy.
Hiya, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. So not many people may have heard of Connected Talent, and I know there's other parts of the business as well called Connected Health, but tell us a little bit more about the company and where you're based.
Yeah, so basically I work for Connected Talent, but I be hiring for Connected Health. So that's who we be hiring for. It's a domiciliary healthcare company. So we help obviously care for elderly, vulnerable people in their homes. So we be hiring people to be able to do that job. So we started in 2012 in Northern Ireland. That's where our headquarters would be. So we started there and have grown ever since. We now cover most of Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, and about 2 years ago we then branched into the UK. So we're based now in Widnes. We have an office there and we've massive growth plans. We have quadrupled in size over the past 6 months. It's been brilliant. So now we've got a massive push on recruitment and to help get healthcare workers for us. So we do have plans now to open offices in Cheshire and further on up. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at the moment.
Perfect. So you act as a kind of referring agency, or almost like a recruitment for health organisations who are currently recruiting for their care sector or their care roles. But they could be a whole raft of different companies as well.
No, it'd be purely just Connected Health. So
Perfect.
It is. There's sister companies, Connected Talent and Connected Health. So we recruit solely for them. We're basically one big team with Connected Health. You know, the communication's great and everything between everybody. So that's what we're doing at the moment.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that so people understood who they were joining. So Connected Health.
Yeah.
Tell me, I mean, what sort of people are you caring for? You know, is it young people, adults? Tell us more about that.
Majority elderly and vulnerable people, who want to be able to live independently and remain in their homes, but maybe just need a bit of assistance with that. So you do be in communication with their families, you have full care plans and everything. So we do provide a lot of training, everything like that. Connected Health would be big into 3 T's. That's kind of like our tagline as such. So it's talent, technology and training. So we have a Connected Academy actually within Connected Health, and that gives even candidates the chance to progress through the company, train for NVQs level 2, 3, 5 and upwards as well. So we do give the training completely and the complete support for candidates coming on board and to be able to care for those individuals as well.
Perfect. So would the care be taking place in a sort of specified home, or would it be within the community itself in people's homes?
So it is within the community. So that's the thing. All candidates majority would need to be able to drive and have access to a car, as it does involve going from maybe house to house. But we do cover everywhere from maybe like Southport, Sefton, right through Liverpool, down to Cheshire, St Helens, Halton, everywhere like that. So we do try to keep the individual in their own area as such. We wouldn't ask them to travel, across the country or anything.
Sure.
So it would be looking after people in their homes, and trying to keep them there and keep them as comfortable as possible.
Of course. So in a typical day, how many people could they see? And how many people would be on their caseload?
It's really dependent. It's hard to say because it would be dependent on the client's needs. Yeah. Some clients do just like a bit of company. You might pop in, have a cup of tea, just chat with them for a bit, make sure they're okay, they don't need anything. Whereas others, you may need to be there longer for as such as going in, maybe helping them get up out of bed, personal care, personal hygiene, getting them up, making them breakfast, getting them set up for the day. So that would obviously require longer. So usually the runs would be split into morning, lunch, tea and beds. So you could be on a shift from, say, 7 a.m. till 2, which would cover your morning and lunch, or you could be on a longer one, which is morning, lunch and tea, or else, which a lot of people find really suitable, like maybe students, parents, is evening shifts, which could be from 6 till 10, getting clients ready for bed and things like that. So
okay,
it could vary from maybe 2 till, maybe 10, just dependent.
Yeah. Okay. We tell we're live because you've got your dog now joining in the conversation.
I thought he was asleep. I'm sorry. I was giving
That's fine. That's fine. The perils of live TV. So
I know.
So just going on to some of the roles then that you've got currently vacant. Give us a sense of the kind of the kind of roles that you're looking to recruit into at the moment, please.
Yeah, so we do always recruit for healthcare assistants. So it is so we have that across all of the areas that we cover. But we also do progression would be a big thing with Connected Health as well. There's great progression within the company. You can go from healthcare assistant up to senior, and then even up then to internal roles such as like office staff, which can go to area manager and further on up. So we do offer our roles to the public as well as in-house. So we're currently also advertising for area managers at the minute, and then also a registered manager. Great. Because we are growing and we're looking to open another office now in the near future, so we will need senior staff as well and senior management staff.
Understood. So it's a different kind of roles that you've got currently on offer, and I know we're going to put some links up on the page at the moment to show people where those roles are and what they do. Can you just tell us a little bit more about the kind of people that you want to work for you? What makes a successful employee of Connected Health?
So basically, sorry, I'm just going to close that door. No I'm really sorry about that.
It's okay.
So basically, as I said, we do have Connected Academy, which is our own training academy that we train people up. So it's not about experience. We don't expect people to come on, they don't necessarily need to have worked in care before or even in the healthcare sector. So we're looking for people who, it's more about personality. If you're friendly, compassionate, want to be able to help and give back to the community, that's the kind of people we would like to bring on. Someone who wants to help and wants to be able to provide care. So it's not necessarily, as I said, about experience. So it's more so the personality type.
Yeah. And are you finding, because of what's been happening over the last 12 months or so, people who are applying into you haven't necessarily come from a care background, but maybe come from other sectors such as retail, hospitality? Are you finding more of that now?
Mm-hmm. We are, absolutely. We actually had a big surge of people coming in, like candidates wanting to give back because they've seen what COVID has done. They want to be able to help elderly people who can't get out, if they're shielding, isolating. They want to be able to give back to the community and actually have went for a full 360 career change. And then we also have people, who are on furlough who wanted to come on board as well, and they've stayed with us as opposed to going back, to their first careers and everything like that. So there definitely has been an influx in candidates applying.
Yeah, so that's a good signal, isn't it, for anybody who thinks, well, I've never really worked in care before, what do I know? Well, you will, as long as they've got the right attribute and the right attitude towards your sector, you can always train them in what's required, can't you?
Absolutely, because as I said, with the Connected Academy, we have our own training manager in GB as well, who is done training and care for years, and she's brilliant. She would take on, everybody up to NVQs, as I said, 2 and 3. You can progress even further. Right. It's brilliant. We do have massive training platforms for that.
Fantastic. And you probably, as often, you've seen your fair share of applications, as they come in there, Amy. And what suggestions or advice can you give to anyone applying so that their CV stands out and there's more chance of them being interviewed?
It's more so, as I said, kind of personality type. If you can manage to bring it across in your CV that you want to help, we do like to think, as I'm sure yourself, you wouldn't want anybody just coming in looking after your maybe elderly mother, elderly grandparents, things like that. It's someone that would be able to look after people well.
Yeah.
So it is, if they're compassionate, have empathy, friendly, and want to be able to help, that's the main thing we like to see come across.
Great. Well, that's really great advice. So I think it's all about personality, not necessarily about the skills or the qualifications that they've got. It's more about attitude, isn't it? And being positive.
Absolutely.
And someone that you need to trust as well. I guess trust is a massive part in this too.
Oh, for sure. Definitely is, yeah.
Yeah. So if people want to find out more about Connected Health, is there a website they can visit, Amy?
Yes, we have our website. It's connectedhealth.co.uk. It does have everything about the company on it and the job opportunities and everything like that. So yeah, absolutely. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, Twitter, everything.
Perfect. Okay, well, we're going to encourage people to do that. Just have a look. We do get a lot of people coming up to the channel wanting to work in care, so we'll definitely signpost them towards your organisation, and the very best of luck in finding the right people. And I will let you go and care for your dog as well, who sounds like he needs either a walk or he needs his lunch or something. But no, it's been
he just wants attention.
Don't we all? But anyway, it's really nice to have met you, Amy, and thanks for your time here on the Jobs Live channel, and we'll hopefully get you back on again soon in the near future, talking about future vacancies. Thanks very much. So that was Amy from Connected Health and her dog in the background. We're going to now move on to more companies who are working with us here on the Jobs Live channel. Thank you.
So, thank you, Stuart. Today I've been joined by Andrea Lyon from Community Integrated Care. Hi, Andrea.
Hi, Ellie.
So, can you tell us, what does your company do?
Of course. Okay, so we are one of the largest, most successful social care charities in the UK. We have recently been awarded the Charity Times Charity of the Year Award, which is a successful, huge accolade. We support over 5,000 people with varying support level needs, and we employ over 6,000 staff. The people we support, some have learning disabilities, some have age-related needs, some have autism, and some have mental health concerns. We do this in a variety of settings. So we have supported living services, we have registered care services, which is residential and nursing homes. We support in the community. We also have day services and respite services.
So where are you based?
Okay, so our head office is based in Widnes. We was founded by a GP in Halton in 1988, and we have services from as far from Scotland down to Portsmouth. Sorry, just getting that right. We're a truly national charity, and we're proud of the work in partnership we do with over 50 local authorities.
So what roles are you currently recruiting for?
So we're currently recruiting for support worker roles within Warrington. We have different service settings, as I mentioned earlier. So we have some outreach services as well as supported living services. The people we support within them services have got varying health needs, from autism through to mental health.
So, what kind of people are you looking for to join the organisation?
Okay, so 3 words really embody everything about community integrated care and what we're passionate about. We're incredibly fortunate to employ and support thousands of amazing people. Our staff are truly incredible, delivering exceptional standards of care each and every day to ensure that the people we support live fulfill lives and reach the outcomes that they aspire to achieve. We always strive to achieve the best, and we don't see labels. We never stand or settle for second best. We see potential in everybody. So the kind of people that we're looking for is to share our values. Our values underpin everything about community integrated care. So we respect individual choice and promote inclusion, rights and independence. We enable individuals to meet their needs and fulfill their aspirations, and we aspire to be the best that we can be. We deliver the best possible support and outcomes for the people we support and the partners who we work with, and we include people. So them core 5 values are what we're looking for within the values of the people we want to recruit.
So why work for you?
Why not? Okay, so why choose community integrated care? We offer a rewarding career with opportunities to develop and progress within the organisation. We develop and enable yourself to build great relationships with the people we support and their families. You will be part of a friendly and supportive team where every day is hugely different. We're a forward-thinking employer looking to lead the way in the digital age to improve care and support wherever possible. So what do we offer for our frontline colleagues? We offer 20 days holiday plus 8 bank holidays, pension contribution. We also have a fully equipped employee assistance programme, which supports wellbeing. Wellbeing is huge within our organisation, especially with our frontline colleagues with the last 12 months that we've currently been through. This supports on, as I mentioned, wellbeing, finances, nutrition, exercise, anything that you may need some signposting support to. Our frontline colleagues also have access to an Appy app. It's a simple app that you download to your phone, and you get many discounts at retail establishments that you hear of, not the ones that where would I find one of those kind of outlets, such as Tesco and Argos that we all use daily. Our organisation as well is fully behind professional development. So each frontline colleague would have a personal development plan following a substantial training package and induction to start with.
So finally, any hints or tips for those applying?
To share our values. If you share our values, yes, please make that very clear within your application and don't hold back. One of the tips I would take from when I applied is also do your research within to the local area and the services and the service type and model. And again, make that clear within your application.
Brilliant. So thank you very much, Andrea, and back to you, Stuart, in the studio.
So delighted to be joined now by Angie. Hi, Angie. Good of you to join. Thank you for joining us. Yes, it is good afternoon now, isn't it? The time has flown. We started at 11 o'clock this morning and we've been meeting a whole range of employers here on Northwest Works for You on the Jobs Live channel. So great to meet you and to find out more about Waits. But before we do that, can you just tell us a little bit about what your role is there at Waits?
Yes, thank you. So I'm Angie Erdley. I'm the Community Investment Manager at Waits Construction. And part of my role, my favourite part actually, is to try and match local people, local to our sites, up to opportunities within Waits and also the supply chain.
Perfect. And Waits as an organisation, then, for people who may not have heard of Waits, it's a huge organisation. But just tell us briefly what you do.
So Waits Group is a construction and property services company. It's one of the largest family-owned organisations in the UK. We've been going over 120 years and we're still family-owned. So in the Northwest at the moment, we're working in Warrington on 2 new build housing sites, so we're building new houses. And we're also working across the Northwest, building academies, schools, leisure centres, blue lights, so fire stations, an array of buildings. It's really exciting to be part of.
Sounds great. And I mean, we've already spoken to a number of organisations similar to yours in construction. It must be a really busy time for the construction sector at the moment.
Yes, I mean, thankfully throughout the pandemic, we've managed to keep trading, albeit in challenging times. So we've had to put procedures in place, obviously, for staff on sites, and thankfully we've been able to keep going.
Brilliant. And thank you again for taking part in this to help promote construction, because one of the key things I think we've been finding about what people think of construction is that it's not just about working on building sites, is it? You've got loads of other opportunities within your sector.
We really have, and it wasn't, I mean, I've been with Waits, this is my 10th year now, and if I'd have known what I know now 30 years ago, I would have definitely gone into the construction industry, because it's so exciting. There's a job for everybody, I do believe. We have people working obviously on sites in trade positions, and then obviously back office staff, support staff, HR, recruitment, you name it, there's a job.
And where will people go for that information, Angie? Do you have like a careers page that people can go and visit?
We do. If you have a look on the website, it's www.waits.co.uk. Like it's /careers. So we've got job vacancies there. And if you don't see a job vacancy that interests you today, please do keep your eye on that link, because it changes all the time. We also recruit annually for our management trainee programs. They're open in the autumn of this year, and you can register for job alerts now through that link as well. And you can apply this autumn to start next year, next September.
So if you went to the website, Angie, people could go on there and express an interest and maybe register in advance?
Yes, you can.
Perfect. I know you and your team are online right now and will be for the duration of this 3-day event to take any questions from people. So I would strongly recommend you go to the Waits partner page, where you can have a one-to-one conversation with the team there and find out what you need to know about the different roles. And just give us a flavour, Angie, if you can, of the different roles that exist on your site right now.
Okay, so on the sites in Warrington, we've got some live vacancies. There's a CPCS telehandler job. CPCS is Construction Plant Certification Scheme, so it's a skilled operative. But if there are anybody listening that's got that CPCS category of plant, we're looking for a telehandler driver in Warrington, and also 2 general operatives. And ideally, you will need a CSCS card, which is Construction Skills Certification card.
Thanks for explaining that.
And it's a health and safety test that you take prior to coming onto site. So it's just having that awareness. If you're interested in working for us and you don't have that card, you can speak to your DWP job coach, and they will be able to help with that training for you. So please don't let that discourage you from getting in touch and applying.
Brilliant. And can I just ask as well on this, the kind of people that you're looking for to join your organisation, what are you looking for them to bring, and sort of their attitude towards your organisation as well? How important is that?
I suppose that, like any employer, we are looking for people who are enthusiastic, willing to learn, punctual, reliable, team players. If you've got those things, then that's wonderful. If you haven't got those things and you're willing to work on it, let's have a chat.
Yeah, brilliant. And what are the benefits as well for working for Waits as well? I mean, what sort of things do you offer when people start with you? And we've already heard about people having coaching, mentoring, and career support, and that. Is that similar at Waits as well?
Yeah, it's pretty standard really. We have a buddy scheme when people join us. So you have your line manager, but also you'll have a buddy within the organisation. They might not work on your site, but there's someone there you can get in touch with if you've got any questions or you want to learn about a specific area within the organisation. So lots of different benefits, packages that come with the job, depending on the job that you're doing.
Brilliant. And just on the point about what people can do when they apply into you. I mean, clearly we want them to be successful today, and there's a lot of people who have been affected, let's be honest, by the pandemic, and their careers maybe has stalled. But if they were looking to apply for you, Andrew, you've seen your fair share, I'm sure, of CVs and applications. I mean, what stands out for you? What sort of hints can you give them today?
So if you're applying by sending a CV, I would always try and accompany that in your email, just to a little paragraph to explain a little bit about you, perhaps where you heard about the vacancy, how far you live from the site's really important, because we're looking to recruit local people, or people local to the sites where we're working first and foremost. So I would suggest that you put as much detail as you can into either a cover letter, if you're writing and posting the letter, or an email, just a covering email saying this is me, this is what I can offer to the job, and attach your CV as well.
Yeah, that's great advice, and you hear that a lot, don't you? That people will just almost cut and paste their CV from other jobs they're applying. I mean, for you as an employer, is it very noticeable if people are doing that?
Yeah, you'd be surprised what we get through in the inbox, and it always really does stand out when you've got people who are applying who have definitely put a little bit of research in, it might just be looking on the website saying, "Oh, I've noticed this," and it could be a sentence that makes a difference. So, yeah, it's worth putting a little bit of effort in.
Yeah, and what about maybe work experience as well? I mean, is it important to have worked in the construction sector before applying, or would you take people from a whole range of different sectors as well?
Yeah, we're really interested in helping people, new entrants or perhaps semi-skilled workers who've fallen into unemployment for whatever reason and want to get back into the industry. And you can talk to me about a work experience placement. It might be just that you do a week, but that might be a foot in the door then to build your network and to get to know other subcontractors or staff on site who might very well have vacancies coming up.
Mm. And we talked earlier to Stockport Homes, to Amanda, and she was saying about people's email addresses. They're putting their email address on maybe from when they were in school. I mean, do you see any of that as well? And how does that make it feel for you when someone comes through with maybe something that maybe was good when they were 12 or 13, but not so good now?
Yeah, we see that a lot, and I suppose once we've got our email address, that's it, isn't it, for life usually. But yeah, just be aware that obviously I was having the same conversation with a young man last week, and he changed it right away. He didn't realise that it was a little bit quirky, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you look twice at it, but it's more about that first impression, really, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. It really makes a difference to have that professional image when contacting employers for the first time. So, yeah. Yes, that's a good point.
And what about social media? I mean, we hear a lot about employers now looking at social media, making sure that person is professional online as well. Are you finding that more and more now?
Yes, and I think the recruitment team certainly do those little checks as you get people coming through, especially if you've got a lot of demand for a role. So I'm sure a lot of organisations do the same. So that's worth being social media savvy. Certainly, having a professional LinkedIn account, and maybe keeping other social media platforms private.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about private, this is a chance for people watching this to go onto the Waits partner page and have a private one-to-one. I think that's really important, isn't it, for people to be able to have that kind of direct contact with you, Angie?
Yes, I'm happy to answer any questions. I can stick around, and I've got our site management team involved as well. I think they're around tomorrow. So very happy to talk to anyone that's interested. Thank you. Perfect.
And I think also from the lasting impression of this, I mean, for you getting involved with events like this and channels like Jobs Live, and what do you hope will happen beyond this? What's the legacy for this for you as Waits?
Well, certainly, if we can help someone into an opportunity and employment, I've seen it over the last number of years where someone has got a foot in the door and then they've gone on to be really successful in their own careers. And I think the key to sustainable employment is finding a job that you like, and then asking for training if it's not offered. Certainly keep asking, and your own personal development. Make sure you keep up to date with your skills cards. And there is funding out there, and there's always people within the job centre teams and the organisation to help with that training progression. So hope that answers that question.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just a reminder again of where your vacancies are across the Northwest. So I know you said being local to your projects is quite important. So just give us an idea of where you are at the moment.
So at the moment we're in Warrington, Manchester, across Liverpool, Carlisle, Middleton, soon to start up in Rochdale. And different Waits businesses have different contracts, so I can certainly put you in touch. If there's anyone not from those areas, I can certainly put you in touch with the local teams that operate in your area.
Yeah, because there will be vacancies, I'm sure, as your construction industry is booming in the future as more projects land. So it's important for people not to give up at the first stage, isn't it, and keep in touch with you.
That's right. Yeah. Distance pays off, that's for sure.
Yeah, before we let you go, what was the one thing you wanted to say to maybe, we've all been in that situation, haven't we, as people looking for work. It is quite isolating, it's quite lonely, more so now because of the restrictions currently that exist because of the pandemic. What's the one thing you want to say to people who are maybe struggling a little bit to find something?
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult time, isn't it? And challenging for a lot of people. And so please reach out to organisations that are there to help. Certainly, if you want to get in touch with me, if I can't help you directly, I can certainly signpost you to some help. So it's just a case of getting in touch. Let's keep talking. Let's keep helping each other. And good luck.
Thanks so much for that, Angie. And thanks again for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. It's been really interesting to hear more about Waits for those who may have never heard of you before or were not familiar with you, to know that you've got some great opportunities within the Northwest for people to join you. So thanks so much for that. We'll see you again soon on the Jobs Live channel. Before you go, I'm just going to introduce this next company. This is Unify Solutions, who we met recently, and this is Jessie telling you about what they do and the vacancies they have within the region. Take care. Hello, welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. This is Thursday, the 15th of April, and all day today we've been featuring companies who've got current vacancies across the region. And delighted to be joined by another one of those organisations, 360 Healthcare, and Anushka. Good morning, Anushka. How are you?
Good morning, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. It's been a great day so far. Loads of vacancies, loads of opportunity. And I know in your industry as well, lots of exciting opportunities as well. But before we get into that, just tell us a little bit about 360 Healthcare for those who may not come across it so far.
Okay, so 360 Degrees Healthcare is a domiciliary care and support company. So that means we provide care and support in their own homes. We're based in the East Lancashire area. And we go into clients' homes, whether they might have mental health, they might have a learning disability, they might have autism, and we assist in any way that they would like.
Perfect. So it is predominantly working with the community, so more community care than actually residential care, yeah?
Yes, 100%. So you will be going into a client's own home. You will be looking at their care plan, their needs, their assessments, and seeing what they need. For some clients, it can be anything from personal care, so washing, dressing and showering. But for some of our other clients, and the majority of our clients, it might be social visits. So obviously at the moment it's quite difficult, but hopefully as we're looking forward to the upcoming weeks, more and more things are opening again. So we've got clients that love going to watch the football and have season tickets. So you might even go and watch a bit of football if you like, or go swimming with them, or whatever they want really.
Great. And so you mentioned East Lancashire where you are based. What area do you cover then? Give us some towns that people may recognise that you have customers who need support.
Okay, so our office space is in Nelson in Lancashire. We've also got clients in Nelson. We've also got clients within the Pendle area, so that's kind of Earby, Barnoldswick, if you know these ends. We've also got Colne and Burnley. Then we also go as far as Accrington, Haslingden, Preston and Chorley. We also have clients in Bacup as well, so we're quite widespread. Wherever we see a need for a client and wherever staff are willing to work, we can kindly assist.
Fantastic. So let's get on to the roles then. There's a lot of emphasis at the moment on adult social care, lots of opportunities, and people are maybe moving into it for the first time. It's probably worth mentioning that as well from different sectors. But just give us a flavour of the kind of roles that you're currently recruiting for, Anushka.
So we are one of them organisations where we are constantly recruiting. So even if you think kind of adult social care isn't for you, but then you look more into it and you think, actually, that really interests me, feel free to still get in touch. We are recruiting care and support workers, but not just a care and support worker. We're looking for people with the heart and passion for care. So even if you've never done care and support work before, but you feel like it's for you, that's what we see. You might not necessarily have had to work in care before, and that's completely fine. As long as you can assist someone with their needs and help them promote their independence, then it's the right job for you.
And what about career progression? Because maybe people have worked with you for a while, there may be a chance to move up. Is there opportunities like that within 360 Degree Healthcare?
100%. Well, I'm the development officer for the company, and I'm possibly one of the prime examples of moving up within the company. So I started off as a care and support worker. However, my background, I've got a degree in health and social care and sociology. So my managing director actually saw something with me and asked me if I wanted to take on a couple of hours a week office work. And from that led into a full-time contract within the office. So there's always a member of the management team. I'm now officially a manager, which still sounds weird. We also constantly recruit for care coordinators and team leaders. But we also understand that you might want to, just say in the future, be a midwife or a social worker. We understand that care and support for you might just be that experience that you're wanting to gain. So we also put people on their level 3s, their level 4s, their level 5 if they want to go into a management role. So there's all sorts of progression and all sorts of training within 360.
And is it fair to say over the past 12 months, have you seen an increase in interest in the care sector from people wanting to work for you?
100%, yeah. We've had people that kind of just want a job because obviously at the current time the circumstances are hard. But we are looking for people with the heart and the passion for care, and that has been on the increase as well. Obviously, within the last 12 months, it's been really difficult for everyone, and some people just want to give back into their community. So even if they only want to work a couple of hours a week, we've got that for you. We are a 0-hour contract. However, we understand that people can't live on 0 hours. So we do try to work around you and your routines and your schedules. If you say I can only work 9 till 3, then we assist with that. If you say, well, I can do live-in packages, because some of our clients, you might go on a Thursday and come back on a Monday, for example, we can also put you on that. So even though we work around client needs, we also work around staff member needs as well.
Thank you. And for those people who are looking to apply, then maybe they've seen something here, or they think, you know what, I'd like to have a change of career and do something like this. When they apply then into 360 Degrees Healthcare, what sort of things are you looking for on their application to help them be successful?
So we just ask people to be themselves. So I conduct the interviews because I'm also the recruitment officer. I will sit, obviously due to COVID at the moment, it's all over the phone, just to reduce that face-to-face interaction for safety. So what we do is I ring you, we arrange a date and time for an interview. We'll have an informal discussion. Obviously there's questions that I do need to ask you. But I always say just be yourself. I mean, if you're one of them people that really has the heart for it, with some of our best care and support workers are those that have never worked in care and support work before, and we've recruited them because within their interview it was, oh, I've looked after my mum and dad, or I look after my children. And even though looking after your children isn't necessarily a full-time job, you've got them skill set that we need as a care and support workers. So we do ask just people to be yourself. Our client range is completely different. So like I said, we can have clients that you love football. So if you tell me on your interview, oh, I love football, we've tried to pair you up with that client. So it's what you find fun. One of our questions that I ask are, what are your hobbies and your interests? Because we want to know about you. We don't want to just know whether you'll be good at the job. We want to know what you like to do so you won't be bored.
Great. And can I just ask, I mean, clearly they're desirables that you want people to have, that passion, that wanting to care for people. That's clearly something you're looking for. But regarding getting around the area, I'm assuming they need to drive and have a clean driving license, have some form of transportation to get them to different homes to care for people. Is that right?
No, so we do take on walkers and drivers. The majority of our staff members are at the moment are walkers, because we do understand that as a driver you might not necessarily, I don't have a driving licence and I'm a member of the management team, so we don't have that expectation. Obviously, if you want to gain more hours and things like that, and the more places you're willing to travel, the more hours that we can give you. We also provide kind of a taxi transport service. So we've got a company car. So for example, we've got staff members that live in Nelson, but want to pick up packages in Preston. So we assist them with that, and we will drive, obviously time dependent and willingness. But we work, like I said before, we work around you as well.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad I asked that question actually, because I know some care opportunities do require you to be able to drive around, I guess because of the size of the region. But if there's a walker opportunity as well, so people could literally walk from home to home in an area near to where they live, then that's perfect for them, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. Well, I live in Burnley, but also work within the Nelson and Colne area, so it's quite easy to travel around. It's not really. Yeah. Obviously, if the weather's bad, we do reimburse taxis and things as well. Okay. So that's another option.
Fantastic. Well, look, it's been great to meet you again, Anushka, on the Jobs Live channel, and thank you for sharing some of your insights into the roles you have and also the kind of people you're looking for. If somebody did want to reach out, I'm just going to bring up your partner page first that you've got on the Jobs Live website, so people should see that now on screen. So it's been specially set up for 360 Degrees Healthcare, so you can get a message to the guys there through here if you want to have a private conversation with them. But of course, you can also contact you directly, can't we? What's the best way of doing that? What's the best way of getting reaching you? And we'll put this on the live chat as well.
So the best way of reaching me, it would be a quick email. So it's admin@360degreeshealthcare.co.uk. I also man our 360 Degrees Healthcare Facebook page, LinkedIn and Twitter and Instagram. So they are other ways to contact us as well. We also have a contact number. So it's 01282 614 888. And that's probably any way that you find easier. We do understand that some people aren't all for technology, so a phone call is an easy way to contact me as well.
Yeah, so you're happy to take calls anytime from people interested in applying, yeah?
100%, yes.
Fantastic. Well, that's great to know. And as Anushka said there, the roles at 360 Degrees Healthcare are available now, so you can apply immediately and obviously keep an eye out on their social media for other roles as they're appearing in the future as well. As I said, great to have you back on. Thanks for your time today. And hopefully this has helped people understand more about the care sector and the kind of people you're looking for. So really valuable information. And someone who we've not met before on Jobs Live, live anyway, is Atkins. I'm delighted to be joined by Bina this morning. Hi, Bina.
Hi there.
Hi there. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. I have to say, you take the prize for the best background we've ever seen on the Jobs Live channel. So thank you for that. It's really cheered me up looking at that today. For people who may be unsure about Atkins and what you do, can you just in a summary, give us a view of what Atkins does as a business?
Sure, absolutely. Atkins is very much a world-leading design, engineering and project management consultancy. And I know that's a bit of a mouthful, but in terms of sort of what we do and who we are, we're very much in the business of making the world's infrastructure look better and very much to sort of help our clients make those important decisions for their complex projects. I can talk you through so many different things, but in terms of our mission, it is very much to sort of work with and design engineering sort of details for our clients and to sort of deliver them. And we use sort of data, cutting sort of edge technology, sort of design-led thinking, just to bring it all together and sort of really have some great marketing market-led experts to sort of create those projects and make it a better lived environment and more sustainable for everyone, really.
Yeah, and people may have seen your vans driving around, they may have seen you on projects, but whereabouts in the country are you based? Are you pretty much based right across the UK and I think internationally as well?
Yeah, that's it. We're a global organisation, but in terms of our presence in the UK, we are very much stretched across the whole of the UK, and we're also based in Northern Ireland as well. So that's where all of our offices are. And we are very much sort of, although we are stretched across the UK and Ireland, we very much work we collaborate with each other really well. But yeah, we've got lots of offices across the UK.
So I'm going to ask you a question about recruitment now, and clearly you must be recruiting throughout the year, but at certain times of the year maybe more intensely. So what's happening at the moment with Atkins? Whereabouts are you in that recruitment cycle?
Yeah, so our recruitment cycle is actually sort of coming to its end at the moment. However, in terms of the sorts of roles that we recruit for, we generally start recruiting around the sort of the end of the year. So October time is when we go live with all of our vacancies. And our website is very sort of geared up to not only showing you our live vacancies, but also it allows you sort of very much get involved in the sorts of things we do. We have chat panes where you can talk to current existing apprentices just to find out a little bit more when you're in that decision-making process as to whether you want to apply for one of our roles.
Yeah. And I mean, regarding people wanting to express an interest in working for you as well, people could do that, couldn't they? So they could go to your careers page and get in touch, and you'd have their details on file for when you do go live.
Yeah, that's correct. So we do have an express your interests sort of element to our website, and that very much gives you the opportunity to not only express your interest, but it allows people to very much sort of talk to people that currently work in the organisation. And the website also sort of is quite structured in that you get to understand sorts of projects that we work on, and you get to understand the sorts of things that we look for in terms of our culture. So it's a great sort of research website as well, I think.
Absolutely. And the kind of people that you're looking for to join your organisation, you talked about the culture there, but as individuals, what are you looking for in people when they apply to your roles and those that come up in the future?
Yeah, I mean, for early careers, I've got to say, we're very much searching for curious minds and people who want to ask questions and who very much dare to sort of do things differently. And I think that's quite important. I mean, the sorts of things that we do and deliver as an organisation, it's very much sort of being involved in such a wide variety of projects. And that very much, we do look for those curious minds and people that want to kind of make that difference in the world and the community.
And I know you're passionate about apprenticeships, and quite rightly as well. It gives young people that opportunity to join you and to earn and learn. And that's a big factor in this, isn't it? Because it's difficult to get that hands-on experience whilst, at college or uni. Not saying it's impossible, but having an apprenticeship at Atkins can give you both, can't it?
Oh, absolutely. And I think as well with apprentices, especially within Atkins, we very much sort of have it so it's quite structured in that, you are given that opportunity to learn from some amazing people. I mean, we're not hierarchical at all. You could walk into the office and sit next to somebody who's worked in the office for over 30 years, somebody who's quite senior. But in actual fact, it's sort of embedding yourself and collaborating with so many different people. And as an apprentice, you very much get involved from day one. And I think that's where it works. That's where it clicks. And that's where you're able to sort of see the impact that you're having into the company. You're able to see the impact of what you're having in terms of projects and the sort of overall outcome.
And career progression as well for people who join you. You've got plenty of examples of young people who've started as an apprentice, done their apprenticeship programme, and then moved into management roles over the years, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the word apprenticeship, has been within our organisation for years, and we've got some sort of leaders within the organisation that started off within an early careers sort of platform. And we currently have some apprentices that have worked through their apprenticeship at various levels and are still sort of looking at where they'd like to go next, and whether that be to a higher level apprenticeship or whether they want to become chartered at the end of it. And all of that is absolutely it's there for grabbing, I guess, and it's very much down to the individual. But we do support that, and we very much sort of want people to kind of progress forward.
Clearly there's that structure, and mentoring's a big part of this as well, isn't it? Because people can be quite daunting, could be their first real job as an apprentice. So do you have that mentoring, that buddy system, if you like, within Atkins?
We do. So every new apprentice is allocated a buddy or a mentor. And that person isn't just there to sort of help them settle into the role. Of course, that's important, but they're there to kind of make sure that you embed yourself into the team, that you're fully aware of what's expected, but also to kind of make you part of their team and that family. And that is how we work. And in actual fact, that buddy or mentor doesn't just disappear. You know, you have somebody that you're pretty much aligned to throughout the whole of your apprenticeship. Because we do understand that it is quite daunting when you're walking into the world of work, especially when it's such a large organisation. And we continuously have apprentice forums where you can link in with other apprentices. They have sort of set up social events, albeit virtual at the moment. However, you know, it's there and it's available because we're quite sort of, we want people to stay connected.
No, I absolutely agree with that. And just going to move on now to how you can help people with their application, Bina. And you know, you've seen, I'm sure, many applications either online or CVs from young people applying. How can we help them today? Because I know basic mistakes are being made, and you may oversee somebody who could be really good for you just because they haven't quite got it right online. So, from your own experience, what advice would you give anyone applying into Atkins?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you're doing an application, I think it can be quite daunting because every organisation is sometimes looking for something quite different. And I think the main thing is to sort of do your research first and foremost. And as I mentioned earlier, the website is quite good in not just showing the jobs that we've got available, but actually giving you that insight into the sorts of things that we do, and also sort of the sorts of things that we look for in terms of our culture, our vision. And actually, if that ticks your boxes, then I think the next step would be to kind of look at applying. And I guess the sorts of things that we look for within an application is very much around your level of interest and your motivation. And I think if you're able to get that across through maybe projects that you've been a part of during school or college, or even things that you've done in your own time, then, you know, we want to hear about that. And I guess we want to see your creativity and how your curious minds work. And that's quite important. And I say this to all of my candidates when they sort of go through the recruitment process, that it is very much down to that level of motivation and interest, because that's going to actually help you successfully complete your apprenticeship. So I think if you've got that drive from the offset, that will surely sort of help you sail through the apprenticeship, and certainly help you sort of put pen to paper when you're doing your application form, and you'll probably feel a lot more confident in doing it that way.
Yeah, thank you. And also the world has changed over the last year or so about meeting people face to face. So the interview process probably had to be adapted at Atkins, like it has at many companies across the country, and in fact across the world. So more people being interviewed online. Any sort of tips for that as well? Because that can be if they don't treat it the same way as a normal interview, it can be a bit of a problem, can't it?
Yeah, and with sort of doing interviews or assessment centres virtually, you know, you have your pros and cons. Sometimes you can't predict what technology is going to do. But what I will say is that through each assessment centre that we do, we always do a test call or a test check the day before the assessment centre. So we invite the candidates on a Teams call, and we check that everyone's comfortable using the software that we use, and B, if they've got any questions, just answer any of those to kind of help them sort of settle their nerves. And yes, the assessment centres are a little bit different compared to what we used to do face to face. But in actual fact, we've been doing them for about just short of a year now, and it works really well. It's still quite engaging. We don't keep it overly formal. You know, we want to get the best out of everybody. So we try and keep it sort of light as possible. But the call the day before very much helps people kind of sort of understand what's expected of them, and hopefully takes away those nerves.
Finally, where did this all start for you, Bina? Because you had to start somewhere. I mean, were you when you were in school thinking of construction at that point, or were you thinking of something completely different?
I think my journey's been quite different, actually. I mean, when I was at school, I guess apprenticeships were a little bit different. I mean, they were available, but not as vast as we have them now. And I guess my sort of journey to sort of working in this industry has been more sort of recruitment led, but it's been very much in sort of supporting people in making the right decision for their career, whether it's that they're starting sort of their career firsthand, or whether they've been in their career for many years and wanting to move on. But my interest has very much been in sort of supporting people to make those right decisions in moving forward. So I've been my journey's been sort of working with sort of schools and colleges in the past, but also working with some government websites as well, and kind of just helping people do the right thing.
Yeah, and I'm sure when you're talking to young people, they have that perception of construction. So that's myth bust this today. I mean, they have to look again at a construction, don't they? Because it isn't probably what they think it is, and I'm sure you hear this all the time. You know, it's not about working on building sites. Of course, there is that element, but there's so much more to it. So, what would you say to a young person who's maybe thinking, "Oh, construction's not for me," to look at it again?
Well, first and foremost, I'd probably say it's not construction. I mean, the sorts of stuff that we do, yes, there is an element of that, but engineering, it's such a broad word. I mean, it isn't just about being on site. You know, we have so many different opportunities and roles. We have civil engineering, project management, structural engineering, building and quantity surveying, and that in itself involves so many different skill sets. It is an element of being on site for some roles, but for others, you're not actually on site. You know, you are very much using a lot of technology that kind of helps piece various sort of building techniques together.
Yeah.
So it is a lot more than that. So when I guess if somebody was to sort of say, oh, it's construction, I'd definitely say you must look at the website, you must contact us, and we can talk you through the sorts of things we do.
Yeah.
It's a lot more.
Yeah. And I know technology is now becoming more and more important to you. So like drones and AR and VR, they're very much part of the day-to-day running of a construction company. And so if you have got an interest in tech, construction could be a good place to start.
Oh, absolutely. So we are very much focused in the world of digital. So we've got a lot of sort of pockets within our organisation that will be sort of concentrating more on the digital side. And actually in the last couple of years, that's become more and more sort of obvious in the sorts of things we do. And you mentioned the VR headsets and all of that stuff. And that's something that some of our teams do use when they're, rather than going on site, they use the VR headsets, and they've got this fabulous sort of digital image of a building, say, for example, and they work off that. And I think with technology sort of in the forefront of a lot of what we're doing, it's the way forward, it's the future. So it's sort of taking away the stigma of construction, because that isn't it. It's a lot more than that. And we are very much sort of moving ahead with the future. And I think that's how we're sort of successful in sort of achieving and doing our projects.
And what's the best thing about working at Atkins for you, Bina? What do you enjoy most?
Do you know what, I know this might sound like a bit of a cliche, but I absolutely enjoy my role through and through. And I guess the culture of Atkins is something that I really do enjoy. It's not massively hierarchical. You know, everyone's sort of quite equal. You feel that you can approach anyone. You know, we are very much in the heart of what we do, and that includes each employee, and every employee matters. And just in the last sort of 12 months, where we've all gone through the motions of COVID, a lot of companies have had to make some drastic changes, and that's been difficult for some people. But in actual fact, I find that Atkins have been absolutely sort of supportive, flexible, and everyone's able to work so much more better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, look, thank you so much for joining us here on the Job Slides channel and sharing us some of the vacancies that remain, but also, most importantly, looking forward now to October and the start of your new vacancy cycle. So we'll definitely get you back on before then as well to talk more about the exciting opportunities there. And as I say, if you want to go to the Atkins website, I should have mentioned it earlier, it's ATKINS, in case I drop my H's, which I'm told I do all the time. So Atkins is ATKINS. and you can find, if you Google Atkins Careers, that'll take you straight to their careers page and you can register for future opportunities. Thanks again, Bina. Enjoy your weekend and the rest of your day, and we'll see you back here on Jobs Live very soon. Take care.
Brilliant. Thank you for having me. Take care.
No
Bye.
problem. Bye-bye. So good morning and welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. Glad you could join us today. This is Monday the 12th of April, and I hope already today you found connections with local organisations within the region, talking to more about those vacancies. And don't forget to use the live chat to get in touch with any of them today and onwards here on the Jobs Live channel. So today we're also going to feature various jobs that are currently live, and we're now going to meet up with Brian from the Cabinet Office. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Hello.
Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. I know you've got a number of vacancies that you currently have within the civil service, including across the Northwest region as well. But can you just tell us a little bit about your role there within the Cabinet Office, please?
Right, so I am the product manager of the Civil Service Careers website. So basically, just in a nutshell, the Civil Service Careers website is the attraction and marketing portal for careers. So in effect, it's like taking all the careers advice and putting it into one neat package for people to find out about departments, professions, and different ways that they can actually join the civil service. So that was launched on 2018 in July. So it's been going for about two and a half years now. And basically it covers the whole spectrum of careers, and obviously that hands off to jobs within the civil service.
Fantastic. And we're just going to bring it up on screen if we may, so people can easily find this website. It's civilservicecareers.gov.uk. I guess if you Google civil service careers, this is the first thing you'll see.
Well, not really, because actually my sibling teams or colleagues have got there before me. So civil service jobs has been running for the past 10 years. So that comes up as the first result when you Google civil service. Second result is civilservice.gov, which is basically the front page of the civil service on gov.uk. By the time you get to about the third result, you get to this. It'll be homepage civil service careers.
Perfect. So we'll just read it out again. That's civilservicecareers.gov.uk. And I'm sure you won't mind popping on the live chat later to leave a link directly to that if I could ask you to do that, and we'll obviously do the same throughout the day as well. So what can we expect on this website? Because I know you've been heavily involved, as you said earlier before we came on. This is your baby, isn't it, Brian? So tell us a little bit what people can expect on this website.
Well, there are three key things I was going to direct people to. The first front and centre thing you can see at the top there is that lovely red button that says Try Our Career Matcher. This is the newest innovation. So what that is a very short quiz of only 3 questions where we're trying to ascertain people's motivations. So that first question, if you push any of those buttons and scroll to the bottom, it will lead you to the next question. So just scroll down to the bottom.
Yeah, doing that now.
When you pass through that motivation question, you will be going on to a question about what do you actually enjoy? So that, again, you see, we're trying to sort of focus on the user to see what they're into, what gets them going. And then the final question will be, what kind of careers are you interested in? So it's a bit more of a basic question, but as soon as you answer any one of those and scroll to the bottom, it will present you with another button that takes you to your 3 professions matches. So those 3 boxes link to professions pages, which are showcased on the Civil Service Careers website itself. So if you push any one of those buttons,
I'm going to go for communications, Brian. That seems to be more up my street. So I'm going to try that. That was a good guess, wasn't it?
Yep.
There you go.
Perfect. And as you can see, lovely full colour communications page. If we had time, you'd digest all of that information and maybe go through some hyperlinks. But what we're going to do, we're going to fast forward all the way down to the bottom of the page. And as you get to the bottom, there'll be a tile that says gov.uk, and that tile actually says vacancies. So if you hit that, I know that there's a tile that says gov.uk, the black tile.
This one here, yeah, government communications, professional job vacancies. So I'm going to look at the latest vacancies now in the area I've chosen.
So what I've actually done there is already pre-filter vacancies for that kind of profession from civil service jobs. So there you go. It's almost like on a plate. It's like a butler bringing you the vacancies for candidates. They don't have to look.
That's really good. And I guess that if you wanted to edit that search, maybe go for a different region. In fact, this is probably a good place to talk about this website too, because people can actually sign up and create an account, can't they, for this particular website for future reference?
Yeah, exactly. And the important thing about signing up to create an account is because you can actually create job alerts after you've signed up. So the reason that's really important for everybody to know is because you may be looking on one particular day and not see the kind of vacancy you're interested in.
Mm-hmm.
But if you sign up for the job alerts, as soon as a new vacancy comes on at future points in time, the system will email you. So you don't have to keep logging in and out. It does it all on your behalf. So it makes it so much easier than having to just wade through lists and lists. So that's a big thing I've been pushing, is the use of the sign up potential and actually creating a job alert after you've signed up.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to nip back to the site we started on, and if we go back to the home page, and if we go below the current Cryer Career Matcher, there's also a video there, isn't there, about the civil service. So is that useful for people to watch as well?
Right, so that's a video more aimed at younger people, just to give an idea of how the civil service is transforming into the 21st century. I mean, that's almost like a kind of showcasing video.
Yes.
If you scroll down a little bit, there's a department bit you can see, and as you scroll a bit further down, it'll say, learn about our professions as well.
Yes.
So you see the professions.
Yes.
But if you go just a little bit past that, just a little bit more, then here's the next innovation. So this is really important for your viewers to see. The location map was launched in 2020.
Yeah.
So what it actually does is, as long as your laptop is enabled, because really it's a smartphone, I've actually done this, when you push that big blue button, it will focus a radius of 50 miles around where you are to show you live vacancies.
Yeah.
May not always work on a laptop unless you've enabled geolocation on your laptop.
Let's give it a go anyway. So let's see what it says.
Give it a go.
It's actually asking me anyway, he wants to know my location, so I'm going to allow that. And then,
allow that.
There you go. It has found me.
Right. Now, what happens is, those little tags, if you tap a tag, it will give you the name of a government department. And then, when you tap that department, the next thing you'll notice, it will take you to the department page on the careers website.
Yeah.
And this is slightly different, because as you scroll down, you digest all the material, you learn all the stuff about that department. When you get right to the bottom, you will see that there is a green button. Right, you have to go literally right down to the base
jobs
start.
near you.
See that green button?
Yeah.
Yeah, so hit the jobs near you. So these are vacancies for that department in 50 miles around your radius right now.
Great.
There you go. Again, that's another big thing. I'm very proud of this one, because we did it.
Just to be clear, then that's jobs within that particular department that we've selected from the map. So this is purely HM Land Registers, it turns out. But if I'd have picked one of the other tags on the screen, another map showing another department, it would have given me vacancies in that department. So it's department vacancies rather than the whole vacancy position. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you can see, I'm almost trying to sort of give people different types of job search capability. So it's either the Career Matcher helps you to see your transferable skills and how they work for civil service.
Yeah.
The location map is more about what are the vacancies near you physically for particular departments. So they're the two most recent innovations.
Fantastic. I'm just going to go back to the main site again and return to where we started.
Okay, I've got my triple threat now. This is the third one.
So if I go beneath the map where it says
Oh no, we're going to go slightly. We're going to go slightly different this time. If you go all the way to the top,
yeah.
There's a menu bar. If you go right to the top, on the menu bar to the right, it says "Ways to join."
Ways to join. Yeah, I can see that. I'm going to click on that now.
Yep. Now, as you scroll down, first thing on the list on the left will be civil service apprenticeships. So if you scroll down,
there it is, civil service apprenticeships.
Yep, there's apprenticeship. Right, this is brand new. So the apprenticeships page was built in February 2021. And basically, it's the showcase page for all apprenticeships which are being advertised in civil service jobs. So as you scroll down again the page, and you assume we have the luxury of time that we can read and learn about all these different things. So you keep scrolling, you can see some information about people's experience. There's stuff from Chief Operating Officer himself, but there is a button, Find a Civil Service Apprenticeship.
I click on that.
Yep.
Just loading now, and it's giving me 25 jobs. And I
Well,
guess
these
that's
are apprenticeships.
Yeah, they're apprenticeship vacancies within different departments across the country.
Yes, correct. But the other thing, when you go back to the main page of civil service apprenticeships, I do highlight in there again about the use of the creating an account and doing the job alert. So if you scroll up a little bit, just scroll up a little bit. It's actually a bit on the right. So you go past that black box. So keep going up.
Yeah.
Oh, there. So
Yeah.
yep.
You
So
can
that's
sign up.
paragraph.
Yeah.
on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is really
because
key,
one of
isn't
the
it?
key,
Yeah.
Yeah, because one of the key things with apprenticeships is, unlike jobs, there are less apprenticeships. But in terms of how they're going to come on month after month, it's really key for anyone who's interested in apprenticeships to do that sign up, because there'll be a lot more apprenticeships coming in May and June. Yeah, so that's something that's really important.
Okay, perfect. So the apprenticeship vacancies are going to be, there's a few now as we've seen, but there's going to be plenty more coming up.
There's so many.
Yeah.
So many.
Okay, well, we'll get you back on nearer the time to that so people can find out more. But that was really good. That was really useful. Thank you, Brian. We're going to chat to you now directly about what people can do and really what kind of people you're looking for, if we may. So we thank you for sharing the websites with us, and they're really useful. And we will obviously send some links out via the live chat for people to get hold of that information. But what kind of people are you looking for to join the civil service, do you think? What sort of personality traits or soft skills do you think makes a success within the civil service for an individual?
Well, this is quite an interesting thing, because obviously there's a lot of myths and stereotypes around the civil service that, what we're trying to do is actually debunk those myths and overcome those stereotypes. So the key thing is, in a nutshell, we're looking for everybody. The civil service should be actively representing the people that it serves. Therefore, if you think about it logically, people who could be people who've got some kind of education, university education, which is normally a stereotype when you think of fast-stream graduate kind of things, they're the people who are already applying. However, we also need people who've got real-life skills. So one of the key things that happened in the last couple of years, we piloted a returnship program for people who may have had more experience in the workplace, had been out of the workplace because of domestic commitments. And then we're trying to welcome those people back because of the wealth of experience they bring, not just from their work experience, but from their life experience. So that's just one slightly different angle away from just pure work experience. However, we've still got a veterans program running at the moment, so people coming out of military service. Again, so the transferable skills aspect of being ex-military and then coming into public service is a key thing. And obviously we do the same kind of thing with people who may have worked with police services or enforcement services, because the Home Office Border Force got a very strong enforcement unit. But the most important thing I want everybody to know is, even if you feel that you may have just worked in retail and you don't think, well, working in retail has got any link at all to the civil service, the myth I'm trying to debunk there is the fact that in the civil service, the biggest profession we have is operational delivery profession. The operational delivery profession is, in effect, almost a customer-facing, front-facing body of people who make up the majority of civil servants. So the key departments where there's the biggest amount of people who work in operational delivery profession would be Department for Work and Pensions themselves, because they're customer-facing. HMRC is another massive department for this. So even for people who would have never thought that they had the skills or experience to work for the civil service, probably have. But this is the reason why the Career Matcher is such an important innovation, because it's helping people to translate their normal day-to-day work experience into what the civil service needs, which is people who can serve customers, need to be able to keep information safe, need to be able to manage projects. So project management cuts across pretty much every different type of sector. People who are able to manage resources. So even things like property. So property profession, massive profession for the civil service. And I've spoken to people who work in a state agency in the private sector who never realise that they've got fantastic skills and experience to go pretty much directly into property profession jobs. So you can see we're covering everything. Literally. We want all types of people, all ages, all backgrounds.
Thanks, Brian. And it feels to me as well that people may dismiss the civil service, again, maybe from that perception thing, and don't see themselves as fitting. But what you've just explained there is that people in many professions bring transferable skills into civil service. They probably don't realise it. But we had a chap on from the Cabinet Office a couple of months ago, and it isn't quite as it's depicted in those old black and white films still with bowler hats and brollies, is it? It's moved on a lot from then.
Exactly. Although I must admit, I've actually been in Westminster, and I've actually seen some people who do look like they came from a 1950s film with a bowler hat and brollies. Funny enough, so they're still there. They're very small pocket, but the majority of civil servants are literally just the range of people who look like normal society today. So that's one of the reasons why, with the video content I've put on the careers website, you'll notice when you watch some of those videos, it covers a range of people. Sort of millennials who have got multicoloured hair, older people who've actually finished in one type of sector and only started working for the civil service from the age of 50. But that's a key thing. So we're not discriminating on age. The other thing as well is, even from the point of view of scientific community, the range of different types of scientists that we have in the civil service is groundbreaking. And it's funny because I was actually speaking to some people from Defence Science Technology Laboratory at the Ministry of Defence who had worked around the Novichok poisoning in Salisbury Plain a couple of years ago. And it was quite exciting because some of those people were on the BBC on the actual news broadcast talking about that scientific investigation of this kind of espionage spy level poisoning thing. So the idea that you could do a careers workshop that starts talking like it's James Bond. Really exciting things. I think a lot of people don't realise how much you can get involved in, which is something that's really exciting in the civil service, actually. And you don't have to have come in at the top end. You can come in entry level, as I said, with the apprenticeships kind of thing. And you could join Defence Science Technology Laboratory as an apprentice. They've got loads of apprenticeships in the Southwest. But the key thing I'm trying to show people is the opportunities are vast, range of jobs are vast, and obviously we are covering all regions of the UK, and we also have vacancies which are abroad. Because a lot of people forget the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, so the civil service isn't just in the island that we're in, it goes beyond.
No, absolutely. And once you do start your career within the civil service, you could quite literally end up anywhere, couldn't you, as your career progresses? So there's plenty of opportunities to progress your career within, even when you start as an apprentice.
Well, I mean, even for me, so just my story. I started as work coach, frontline, Bristol Job Centre Plus, Eastern Job Centre Plus, and I was literally person basically on the front of the job centre. Asking people what have they been doing to look for work for 2 weeks, and then the ability to sign, so they could get their job seekers allowance. So that's where I started off with my 24-year civil service career. So actually, in terms of support for career development and actually, sort of the learning part of working as a civil servant is excellent. So I've been able to get qualifications in digital. I've got qualifications in HR. So I'm an associate member of Chartered Institute of Personal Development. Obviously, I'm doing work like making the careers website, which we can see today. But if you had interviewed me 24 years ago, I would never have believed I would have gone from just being on the front of a job centre to working in Whitehall and doing all this work with careers that covers the whole of the civil service. So it can be done by anyone.
Good stuff. And you just talked there about career progression. The benefits of working in the civil service, can we just touch on them, Brian? Because you clearly said you've been there 24 years. Something's keeping you in there, some form of benefits. What's the biggest things about working in the civil service from someone who's looking maybe for security and other things that attracts people to employers these days?
Well, okay, in terms of what we've got as a package, there are key things. Fantastic flexible working offer. I'll be honest, I champion flexible working a lot myself. So the key thing I would always say to people is, in terms of being able to work maybe not a full-time week, so maybe work a compressed hour week, or even do a job share to share with someone else to split up that week so you can fulfill work-life balance. The civil service is a leader in that kind of adaptation work pattern. That's the first thing. So anyone with caring requirements for caring for older relatives, caring for children, or even caring for themselves, even from a reasonable adjustment for people with disabilities perspective, the flexible work package is brilliant in the civil service. Second thing, staff development is again excellent. I can't praise this enough, because in terms of what you can gain as a member of staff to develop yourself and develop your own education, it's a beautifully structured setup. And funnily enough, the staff development program has actually been revamped and refreshed. So we've got a new government skills curriculum units program, which launched at the end of 2020, and actually supports all members of staff to become more professional in their role. When I say more professional, that's professional with licenses as well. So it's not just in-house training, it's accredited training with proper colleges and universities. And obviously there's some soft skill training. But the key thing is, the civil service will really support you as a member of staff to develop yourself. And as you develop yourself, obviously you can use that to be able to apply for roles to do your staff promotion progression.
Yeah.
So that's the second thing, the development part. Got to mention the pension. I'll be honest, historically, there was always the thing about civil servants having great pensions. So we do have a very good pension. So that's there. And the last thing I've got to say, which is a really important thing, which is societal impact. So the greatest thing with the civil service is you can contribute to things which make a massive difference in the UK. And if you think about what we've had with COVID-19, so I worked with loads of colleagues who have helped with the response to COVID-19 in the last year. Obviously, before that, there were the colleagues working on Brexit. So again, that was the big ticket thing. Climate change is another thing. So I've got loads of colleagues working on the climate change agenda. But in terms of even just national security stuff, so again, sounds a bit James Bond, but there is a way for you to really make an impact on things that make a difference to all of us. And there's not many organisations that you can work in that do that, really. So, yeah. So they're my four big things.
They are massive as well. And I think you say making a difference for a lot of people is what they want to do. So it sounds very satisfying in the work you're doing, Brian. And finally, for people who are looking to apply, maybe they've heard something today, they go, I'm going to take this, another look at this, especially the website we featured. You've obviously seen your fair share of people applying into the service. Any hints or tips for people applying to make sure they're as successful as possible? What would you say to them today?
Well, there's only one thing I've got to say, and we're going to have to go back to the website, because the big innovation at the beginning of 2020, before those other things I've said, if you go on that menu bar at the top, right on the right-hand side, it says how to apply.
Yeah, we're going to click on that now.
Right, so what we've done, to answer the question that everybody does ask, is put some of those hints and tips into a nice, neat package page. So as you scroll down, it will explain to you 4 steps of being able to apply for a role. There's like finding the role, the application process. There's something around the assessment of applications,
sifting and shortlisting.
And then all that business. Yeah. So on the right side, there's some handy links as well towards being able to write your personal statement. A really important one on that right side is about psychometric testing. So if you just scroll up a little bit, just scroll up just a little up. So those hyperlinks on the right where it says useful to know.
Yeah.
There should be stuff around there about.
Yeah, got it. That's okay. Good to know. Okay. Yeah. Success profile videos, civil service online tests, and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So the civil service online test bit is a really rich page where you can actually practice doing online tests before you even take a real online test. So I'd always recommend people definitely look at that because it's one of the hardest things to get your head around. That's why that hyperlink's in there, and obviously the ability to prepare for interviews is really important.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I hope that page actually answers pretty much most people's questions around how do I get my head around the application process itself, because it is quite a rigorous application process as you'd expect, but we are trying to give as much support as possible. The success profile link, if you scroll up a little bit, there should be a link to a video on the right.
Yeah, there is there. Yeah, success profiles video. Yeah.
Right, that's a 7-minute video that takes you through the whole sequence of civil service success profile process.
I'll just pause that there, but that takes you to YouTube, and it's information for candidates applying to work in the civil service. So that's really valuable video, isn't it? People can watch.
Yep.
And what we'll do is we'll post that video as well on the Jobs Live channel, so people can find it on the channel as well, because that could be where their journey could start, couldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And we use success profiles for all applications for the whole of the civil service.
Brilliant.
So yeah,
fantastic. Well, listen, this has been more than helpful because not only have you given us your insight into working in the civil service, Brian, but you've also given us some really useful resources today on where people can find not just the jobs, but how to apply into them. And I mean, for a lot of people as well, this year has been challenging, hasn't it, to say the least? I mean, how have you had to adapt? Just finally, how have you had to adapt to that time when it comes to working practices and maybe remote working? Has that affected you as well?
Well, it's a difficult one because I work in a digital team. I've been working on a multitude of digital communication platforms for the past 7 years. So ironically, working from home for me is quite bread and butter. And then working with things like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Meets, WhatsApps, it's always been something that I do as a member of a bigger digital team anyway, and it's the thing that I promote for other people to do. So the biggest thing for me is getting other people to be more comfortable in using it, who are not digital people. So that was the biggest change for me in the last year. So I've done loads of workshop activities to help people who may not be comfortable, doing lots of Zoom meetings, and then also I'm giving advice on how to do things which are not just Zoom meetings. So one of the key things that we've come up with was to have just phone-only walk out of the house exercise meetings. So you don't have to always be digital on a screen. You can actually just do an old-fashioned phone call and just talk to your mate on the phone while walking down the shops, which doesn't sound very digital, but at least it sort of gives people a breathing space.
No, that's right. So yeah, I think we've said before on the channel, people just got to stay positive and really keep at it, because the vacancies are there clearly, and it sounds like you're going to have a lot more coming up as well over the coming months. So it'd be good to get you and your team back on at some point to talk more about those, if I can trouble you to do that.
Oh yeah, perfect. I'd love to.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thanks for your time this morning here on the Jobs Live channel. Coming up shortly, we're going to be meeting up with Pathways CIC, another great organisation taking on people within the Northwest region. In the meantime, thanks so much for your time, Brian. Take care, and
thank you.
Good luck as well with the rest of your, what sounds like a very interesting career within the civil service. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Stuart. So today I've been joined by Simon Cook, who is from the British Army. So Simon, could you tell us a little bit about what the Army does?
Yeah, so the British Army protects the United Kingdom's interests at home and abroad, providing a safe and secure environment which all British citizens can live and prosper. We break this down is the fact that we're always ready to serve. The way we do that is there's a couple of different ways. So we protect the UK with our highly trained soldiers, ready to deploy anywhere across the world at 24 hours, 365 days a year to meet a variety of challenges. We prevent conflict around the world. We also deal with disasters around the world, and we also fight the nation's enemies.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So where are you guys based roughly?
Currently at the moment, the British Army is based basically all over the world. We're based in various locations around the UK, so England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. We also have lots of personnel deployed on various operations around the world. For instance, the Baltics, so Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania and Poland. We've got lots of soldiers in Africa at the moment, so South Sudan, Somalia, Democratic Republic of Congo and Mali, and also in Kenya, Belize and Brunei. We have lots of soldiers currently at the moment in Canada and Cyprus and Germany also.
Perfect, that sounds brilliant. So what kind of roles are you recruiting for at the moment?
So at the moment, there's hundreds of different job roles within the Army. Some of them, just to take into consideration that some of them require qualifications and some don't. But there's, as I said, hundreds of jobs role in engineering, comms, IT and intelligence, logistics and support, combat, big one. Probably the biggest part of the Army is the job roles within combat, medical, HR and finance, and also music. But at the moment, we're currently employing some priority roles. So a couple of them are HR specialist, supply chain operative, postal courier, cyber engineer, ammunition technician, and movement controller, and also guardsman as well.
Brilliant, that sounds great. So what kind of people are you looking for to join your organisation?
So the Army, to be a part of the Army team, the big one on my part is a positive attitude and outlook in working day to day. No day is the same within the Army. We need to have a certain standard of physical fitness, depending on what job role you're looking on joining when you go into the Army. A willingness to learn. You're learning every day. I've been in the Army nearly 9 years and I'm still learning new things every single day. And be able to work as part of a team every day as well. All right, so we break this down into our core values and standards of the Army, which are courage, discipline, respect for others, integrity, loyalty, and selfless commitment.
Perfect. Some very key skills there and values to have. So why would someone want to come and work for the British Army?
There's lots of different reasons why someone will come and work for the Army. So the big one is personal satisfaction and pride. All right, having pride in wearing combat every day and being in the British Army. Variety and adventure. So as I said, no day is the same. And some would say the Army is one big adventure, seeing the world. Travel, see parts of the world that you never see in ordinary life. Job security and economy and stability. All right, the Army provides a good wage, and the longer you're in the Army, with real prospects of going up in rank, the more money that you're going to earn. Physical fitness, a chance to live a fit and healthy lifestyle day to day. Some people might be doing that now, some people don't, if it suits them. An option of full-time and part-time service, and also sport. So we're big on sport. The Army is also massive on it. So wherever you're good at, you can travel to various locations around the world and across the UK, conducting sports that you're good at.
Perfect. That sounds like a lovely list of things for someone to join the Army for. So have you got any hints or tips for those that might be applying today as well?
Yeah, so for me, it's self-motivation. So joining the Army is obviously quite a life-changing decision. So be confident in your decision that you are ready to do it and it's truly what you want. Fitness. So keep up with your fitness. As I said, if some job roles require harder fitness requirements than others, all right. So depending on the job role that you're going into is how fit that you need to be. All right. Have a job role in mind and do your research on that job role. there's nothing wrong with coming into the careers office and not having a clue what you want to do. That's why we're there, to guide you into basically the job that suits you. But have an idea in mind of what you want to do, whether it be combat, engineering, logistics, medical, nursing, stuff like that. And stay positive during the application process, from start to finish. That's about it.
Brilliant, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Simon, for those pieces of advice there that you've given, and for your time as well on the Jobs Live channel today. And unfortunately, I'm going to need to pass back now to Stu in the studio, but hopefully we'll see you again very soon on the Jobs Live channel.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Capita is what we call a BPO, a business process outsourcing organisation, and it's one of the largest in the UK. We currently have around about 60,000 employees globally, although the bulk of those guys are based in the UK, around 45,000 people. We support in all manner of outsourcing. Across primarily the customer service space, which is why we're talking today. We manage multiple call centre locations across the UK and Ireland, and typically these sorts of outsources include mostly client-facing activity, supporting the likes of telecoms, utilities, retail, government, and anything that these guys need in order to support their clients at the other end of the process.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So could you tell us whereabouts you guys are based?
So the company as a whole is based in the UK, and mentioned offices globally as well. But for the purpose of today, we are supporting roles that we are recruiting for primarily in Prestonbrook and Manchester, although we also do have offices around the area in both Darwin and Bootle. Although it's worth noting that location and where we're based, I think in the current climate, is probably not as important as it perhaps was 18 months ago, because we also have a large number of roles, more so than we've ever have done, that would be home working based too. So my advice would be for anyone looking to apply for a role at Capita is not to worry too much about the geography or the location. If those office spaces work very well for you, then superb, but if they don't, it's still worth applying because of our home working offering that we have currently.
What are the kind of roles that you're recruiting for presently for that flexibility?
Sure. So my role, I look after what we call our volume hiring, which is primarily supporting one of the business areas of Capita that's called customer management. And they are responsible for all of the outsourcing to the organisations that I mentioned earlier on. So typically we recruit for the same skill set on a regular basis, and it's often call centre advisors, sales and collections advisors, customer management, operational support officers, field monitoring roles. It tends to be anything that is very call centre based, that is supporting queries and concerns that come in from the customers of our customers.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So what kind of people are you looking for to, one, fill that type of role, and also your organisation?
I think I'm very passionate about working for Capita. I think it's a great organisation to work for. And what we're looking for is somebody that brings that enthusiasm with them too. I think customer centricity is at the heart of everything that we do. So somebody that is organised, resilient, a fabulous listener, has a huge amount of empathy and understanding, and is generally solutions focused. In a call centre, in any given day, the queries that a person can look after can vary dramatically. Some of them can be quite emotional, some of them very positive. At times it's fair to say that we get the odd disgruntled customer. So the resilience piece is key, but somebody that's really solution driven, that wants to be able to help a client from the beginning of their problem through to the resolution, is somebody that would work very well for us. The customer centricity piece is the piece that I can't emphasise enough.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So why would someone want to come and work at Capita and work for you?
Sure, I think there are a number of reasons. So as an organisation, over the last couple of years, we have been evolving. We've been on a path of transition. And I think it's clear that we have looked at simplification and really trying to make things better, both for our colleagues and for our customer base. And I think because of that, we were able to adapt so well to the first UK lockdown and to the second thereafter.
Well, that sounds just amazing and a great place to work. So, do you have any hints or tips for anybody that might be wanting to apply today?
I think my biggest hint would be don't worry or don't be concerned if you don't have a lengthy call centre background. For us, we are really we really want to attract people with the right behaviours rather than a typical skill set. It's all around, like I said earlier on, about supporting the customer. And if you're able to demonstrate throughout the assessment process that you have that level of dedication, solution driven, then you'll fare well through the process. So don't worry if you don't have the skill set that you think is required to do the role. We will provide the training that's necessary and the upskilling that you would need in order to do the role effectively. Throughout the process, there are a number of assessments that a person will go through, and some of them are quite funky. We work with a company called Arctic Shores, who looks after our AI, and you'll go through what is quite a dynamic assessment piece that's quite gamified and quite interesting, and you'll get a profile that comes out of the back of that. And that assessment allows us to assess your behaviours and your fit for our culture and our values, as opposed to looking at your core capabilities, which is secondary for us. So my view would be, if you feel like you are passionate about customer services, you're goal oriented, and you like the idea of problem solving, then Capita would be a fabulous organisation for you to work with. And like I say, if that fits your brief, apply. You wouldn't be, there'd be a myriad of opportunities available to you.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Tanya, for your time today. But unfortunately, that is all. Well, hopefully we'll be able to see you again on the Jobs Live channel very soon. But unfortunately for now, I must pass now back to Stuart. But thank you so much again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stuart. I have been joined today by Christian Smith, who works at CGI. So, Christian, could you tell us more about your company and what CGI do?
Yeah, sure. So CGI is an IT consulting business. We cover three main areas, really. So high-end IT and business consulting, systems integration, and business process outsourcing. So one of the things that sets us apart, if you like, are our client proximity model. It's also known as the Metro model. We also have deep domain expertise. So that covers areas like energy, utilities, telecoms, space, defense, intelligence, oil and gas, financial services. But the other two key elements that differentiate us are our intellectual property. So we've got in excess of 150 digital business solutions supporting our clients as it stands at the moment. And we also have a global delivery network that has a footprint in 40 countries.
Wow, that's incredible. So whereabouts are you guys based? I know you mentioned the 40 countries, but whereabouts are you mainly based?
Yeah, so as of 2021, CGI spans 400 locations in 40 countries, as I mentioned. But here in the UK, we actually have 17 offices spanning Scotland, England and Wales. So up in Scotland, you can find us in Edinburgh, Glasgow, in the Borders. As we start heading down from the north of England, we're in Liverpool, Manchester, Newcastle. As we start to get in and around the Midlands, we're in Birmingham, Gloucester. As we then start coming further down the M4, we're in Chippenham, Reading, Milton Keynes, over on the M1, and then actually over in Surrey, and then down south in London. We're growing year on year, and we've certainly got broader expansion plans going into 2021, 2022. Don't be surprised if you find us over in Northern Ireland and Ireland itself at some point in the near future.
That's brilliant. So ever expanding then. So what kind of roles are you guys recruiting for that ever expanding company?
So we've got a real cross-section of skills that we're looking for at the moment, particularly in and around IT digital transformation. So anything within a core of architecture, software development, testing, infrastructure, right through to more business-orientated positions that, like bid management, project management, business analysis, business growth. If there's something that we don't do within IT, it's pretty surprising. But yeah, across the board, really.
Brilliant. So a lot of variety there from the sounds of it. So what are the kinds of people that you're looking for to join those roles, but also your organisation?
So for us, it's about people who resonate with our values. Partnership, quality, objectivity, integrity. Respect is a huge factor for us, and I think that's more to do with the fact that we're very collaborative in our approach. But at the heart of it, industrious individuals who enjoy a challenge, want to be pushed beyond their technical boundaries. For me personally, when I look around the business, it's about having the scope to do anything you want. You can join us as a graduate, and you can make your way all the way up to sort of vice president level. The opportunities are limitless.
Perfect, that's brilliant. So why would someone want to come and work for your company?
It's a good question. I think at the heart of it, technically, we solve really difficult and complex problems really, really well. And as a consequence, it means that the work itself is incredibly challenging at times. Some of the work that we do supports national security, as an example, while some of the other work we do actually helps support the vulnerable. So the fact of the matter is that the work itself is incredibly varied and exciting. As a business, we're also still privately owned, which in my opinion means we're able to, or we have been able to really sort of hold on to that family feel as a company, which is still quite unique, if you ask me. But we also refer to our people as members. They're not just employees, and that's because everybody who joins gets the opportunity to shape and contribute to CGI's growth. I think it's a real differentiator.
100%. So for those people that could help with that growth, have you got any hints or tips for those that could be applying today?
Be yourself. This year's been difficult for most, and going through an interview can be quite daunting, quite challenging. So obviously, first and foremost, make sure that you're prepared. I'd actively encourage you to spend some time going through our website. I mean, we've got a whole raft of information available. It can be a little bit biblical at times, a bit like the BBC. It's huge, but take your time to go through it, and actually, before making an application, genuinely sit down and just sort of work through some of those key achievements, those key deliverables that you're proud of, so that you can articulate that to the individual that you're speaking to. Other than that, if you need to find out more about the role, then I would actively encourage anybody to reach out to a member of the recruitment team, or potentially go through something like LinkedIn to see if you have any connections working at the business who might be able to give you a little bit of insight about an area that you might have an interest in.
Perfect, that's amazing. Well, thank you so much for those pieces of advice that you've just given there. But unfortunately, that is all the time that we have. But hopefully we'll see you guys again back on the Jobs Live channel very soon. But for now, it's now back to Stuart in the studio. Thanks, Stuart. So today I have been joined by Dagmara from Just One. So Dagmara, could you tell us a little bit more about what your company does?
Yeah, so Just One is a multidisciplinary health and social care provider, and we deliver care and support across North West, North Wales, South Wales, West Midlands and Devon. And we do that to adults and children, and also caregivers. So we started in 2004, and we have become a leading health and social care provider. We take a proactive approach to help service users secure their goals. We offer bespoke care and support, and we provide value resolutions to social, housing and community issues.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So whereabouts are you guys based?
So our head office is based in Liverpool, but we also have another office in Mold. From Liverpool, obviously, we provide support across the whole Merseyside, but also with the care leavers, we provide support all over England and Wales. Now, the Mold office is mainly concentrating on North Wales area.
Perfect, that's brilliant. So what kind of roles are you recruiting for presently?
So we're mainly recruiting for support workers, and this is to support adults and children. And like I said, also provide support to care leavers, but that is also mainly support workers that we're looking for.
Perfect, that's lovely. So what kind of people are you looking for to join your organisation?
Well, we're not looking for people necessarily who are experienced. What we're looking for is people with a passion, because you need to have a passion to be able to be a great support worker. So as long as you've got a passion and a heart to help other people, you are the perfect candidate for us. We will teach everything that you need to know about the job. We will provide all the training necessary, and we will also help you to improve your skills and broaden your knowledge by offering the full training. But the passion is something that we're looking for in people.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So why would someone want to come and work for you guys?
So we offer flexible schedule, we offer career progression, we offer comprehensive training and development program with CPD accredited certificate, permanent contracts and store discounts. And the main thing is we are an employer, so you will be offered also a permanent hours contract and all the safety and security that comes with it.
Perfect, that sounds amazing, and such a great opportunity as well to have all of those things with you guys. So do you have any hints or tips for anybody that might be applying today?
What I would say is only to be yourself, be chatty and friendly, because that's what we're looking for. Our interview, although it is interview, we're trying to make a nice atmosphere. We're trying to, be like you are now. Just a conversation. So just be yourself, be chatty, be open, be honest with us, and then there will be no problems whatsoever.
Perfect, that sounds lovely, and thank you so much for that piece of advice there. But unfortunately, that's all we've got time for today. Thank you so much, Dagmara, for your time, and I'm sure we'll see you again very soon on the Jobs Live channel. However,
no problem.
Thank you. So, however, for now,
thank you so much, Jen. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So next up, we're going to meet up with Darren Appleby from Pathways CIC. Hi, Darren. Pleased to meet you.
Hi, Stuart. You okay there?
Yeah, very good. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. I know before you just get into your presentation, you're going to just tell us a little bit about what your role is there. What's your sort of day-to-day role there at Pathways CIC?
Well, I'm the project coordinator, so my role is primarily focused on supporting the individual link workers out in practice, and also primarily around data analysis. Most of my time is spent looking at spreadsheets, which is nice.
Well, someone has to. So, and I'm sure you enjoy it. You can't beat.
Indeed. Yeah.
You can't beat a good spreadsheet, can you? So,
no.
So I know I'm going to let you crack on with your presentation. You're going to talk to us about the organisation and the roles you've got and the kind of people you're looking for to work for you in the future. But just quickly, whereabouts are you based, by the way? Whereabouts is Pathways CIC?
We're based in Crewe, but our projects cover pretty much the whole of the northwest, from South Cheshire right the way up to Greater Manchester.
So you'd be interested in hearing from anybody really in the region who's interested in joining you in the future?
I think so, yeah, because our primary care networks, and I'll go into this in more detail, but we cover from South Cheshire up to the north of Vale Royal, so Northwich, Winsford, those kind of areas, and then coming down towards Middlewich, Sandbach and Crewe. So that's our patch.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I think you're going to attempt anyway. This is the first time we've tried this live. We're going to do a screen share. So if you could try that, and then we'll get on with your presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you, Stuart.
Just give Darren a few seconds to show us his presentation. I think we can see it now. There we go. So yeah, we can see it all clear on the screen. So over to you, please, Darren.
Thank you very much, Stuart. So yeah, welcome everybody. I'm Darren Appleby. I'm the Social Prescribing Coordinator for Pathways CIC. As Stuart has mentioned there, we're based over in Crewe, but we predominantly cover from South Cheshire through up to Greater Manchester, so a lot of the northwest area. I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about our organisation and particularly the roles that we cover and the roles that we are particularly looking to recruit for most recently. I'll go through this in a fairly rapid, but if anybody's got any questions, please feel free. So our organisation was formed in 2006 with a social enterprise based on innovation and forward thinking. We deliver health, work and wellbeing programs designed to create sustainable change for individuals and local communities. And it's all based around enabling people to live happier and healthier lives. We are one of the top 100 social enterprises in the UK. We hold gold accreditation from Investors in People, and we're identified as one of the top 10% of IIP employers. And we recently gained the Small Business of the Year 2020 award. As a consequence of our commitment for delivering best practice, we hold contracts both across the public and private sector, within local authorities and within NHS England. We've supported in excess of 55,000 people. We've saved over 1,265,000 days of waiting time for access into primary care services. And we've saved the country in excess of over £29 million in economic benefits for the communities we serve. Our commitment is all about outcomes and return on investment, and that enables us to have a stable blueprint for future ongoing investment. Just a little bit about our Investors in People. We strongly believe that a good employer's best asset is our staff. We have a great workforce that come to work for Pathways. We have quite a number of benefits. For example, you get your birthday off, which is great. I had mine last week, thanks. But the external assessment confirmed that the people who work for Pathways enjoy it. It marries into their own personal ethos. So we're very much around support for staff. It's a challenging job. It's a difficult. It can be difficult working with people who are going through difficulties themselves, but we ensure that our staff are supported in every step of that. The staff have got a strong sense of ownership and pride in their work, and we particularly kind of encourage people to feel empowered in the judgments that they make. We're very much around autonomy. We're very much around self-management, and really that giving that people that autonomy to take decisions, which I feel is really important. Moving on to the recruitment phase, we're currently looking for 3 specific vacancies. Those are the vacancies that we're currently recruiting for. Now, these roles I'll go into in more detail, but as a whole, they require a very positive attitude and also that element of working hard as part of the local primary care team. So it's about being embedded in the local GP surgeries, really delivering the service at point of need. Where there are gaps in skill sets, we provide comprehensive skills training through formal NHS-based training, our own internal training, and also elements of peer support, both locally and nationally. The roles, the social prescribing roles that we recruit for, you're part of a wider team, not only within Pathways and then further within the NHS, but also on that national basis as well. Naturally, we have COVID-safe working practices, and many of our link workers are currently based out in practice now in a COVID-safe environment, but some are continuing to work from home, and that's really based on what those particular practices require. A little bit of an overview of what social prescribing is. We are kind of innovative in the way that we deliver social prescribing. It's a way for agencies to refer people to a link worker and vice versa. We give people time, We focus on what matters to them, and we take that holistic approach to people's health and well-being. We connect people to community groups and statutory services for practical and emotional support. And we support existing community groups to be accessible and sustainable. We also help people to start new groups, and we work very much in partnership with all our local partners. We can't do our jobs without that local partnership framework in place. What social prescribing actually is primarily finding different ways of treating people's barriers. Many of the barriers that people face are potentially social, but also have that potential to be negatively impacting on their health. So by working with people with one or more long-term conditions, maybe people who need support with mental health, people who are lonely or isolated, or have complex social needs, those can all affect their health and their well-being. We believe very strongly that people, given the options and the empowerment, we believe very much that people can actually make the right choice and get towards their end goal. Now, the roles that we're currently recruiting for, we're looking for generalist social prescribing link workers. So those are people who will work with a range of patients being referred by GP practices, and we create additionality. So in other words, we're offering an additional level of service to what a GP would normally offer. We're non-clinical in that respect, so we don't prescribe medication, but what we do prescribe is kind of a different way of thinking about health. So it might be, for example, we know that the links between physical health and mental health are really strong. So by doing our holistic assessments at the start of the engagement, we can clearly understand what the needs of patients are. We can look at their health behaviours, their management of health and their self-care strategies, and we can connect then patients to the appropriate support beneficial to their lifestyle needs. A whole reason to do this is to reduce pressure on primary care by supporting dependency on primary care, and particularly with GP appointments, by addressing the non-medical needs of patients and those wider determinants of ill health. We do recognise that up to 20% of all GP appointments are actually non-clinical. People sometimes just need advice, and that's where we step in. The mental health link workers, however, are slightly more specialised. Those are trained counsellors, therapists who play an active role in a patient's healthcare, and they engage particularly patients in their mental health needs through undertaking assessments to understand that mental health need and their health behaviour. We connect, again, patients to appropriate support, and we reduce, again, that particular pressure on primary care by supporting those patients who perhaps are a little bit dependent on primary care. We've got the potential to reduce medication costs as well, because we look at different things like health and well-being in terms of mindfulness, in terms of counselling and those other kinds of forms of therapeutic care, which actually might go some way to actually give people the empowerment to make those changes. Social prescribers play a variety of different roles, and on the screen at the moment, you've got key areas. We promote physical and emotional health and well-being. We're about cost effectiveness and sustainability by preventing many people having that dependency on primary care. And also we do actually affect people's prescribing of medication as well. We build up local communities. So as part of the third sector, we play our part within the local community groups and the local community framework. Where we've got gaps in community organisations, we can help to fill them. We can help people to promote their own groups. We can also help people to develop and establish their own groups as well. We focus on behaviour change, so things like lifestyle, abilities to self-care, patient activation and motivation, plus also learning new skills. The capacity to build up the voluntary care sector is through things like volunteering, and we've encouraged and supported people into volunteering roles. That happens quite a lot. We look also at the social determinants of ill health. So we help people to improve their employability, reduce their isolation. We reach out to marginalised groups. We also provide key advice and support in a range of different areas where people might sometimes feel that they are slightly excluded from their own control over their health. What kind of people are we looking for? Well, in terms of our social prescribing link worker roles, we're looking for people for the mental health side who are working towards or currently hold BACP accreditation. We're looking for people with again on the mental health side, who have clinical knowledge and expertise and want to develop that further. From a more general perspective, we're looking for solution-focused people that can see an end goal and can map out a route towards that. They build relationship with practices, with patients, with community groups and organisations, and also other partners. A lot of it is around effective time management and caseload management, but we very much believe in the person-centred approach. Our clients, our patients are the key to this. And without their buy-in and without providing them with clear goals, then we ain't going to get where we need to be. But definitely we're around that positive aspect, that aspect which inspires trust, confidence, and motivation. And as a result, we encourage people to be self-managing and working towards that end goal. In more focus, the social prescribing link worker, the salary bands are between 22,000 and 26,999. We do consider part-time, we do consider flexible working. We're based in local GP practices in and around the South Cheshire and Vale Roy area. We're currently at the moment looking for a social prescribing link worker on a 0.4 basis in Nantwich, but we also have vacancies ongoing and upcoming for a variety of areas through the SMASH PCM, which is Sandbach, Middlewich, Scholar Green and Haslington, the Winsford area, and the Chelford and Hanforth, Alderley Edge and Wilmslow. We have another role which is available to us at the moment, which we're currently recruiting for, and that's a care coordinator. It's a slightly different role than the social prescriber because they actually provide extra time and capacity to support patients preparing for or in following up clinical conversations they've had with their primary care professionals. Again, they will work closely with GP practices and they'll make sure that appropriate support is made available to patients and their carers and ensuring that their changing needs are addressed. What that means on a day-to-day basis is that you support patients by putting in place care support plans. You make sure that their care is connected and prioritized. You ensure that people don't fall through the cracks, especially where there's patient changes to health or healthcare needs. And you'll focus again on what matters to the patient, supporting them to take an active role in their own healthcare. It is all about supporting patients, helping them to take an active part of decision-making around their care. You'll be a vital part of the primary care team. And again, you'll be working in the practices as a member of that primary care team. Sometimes you might even be involved in the COVID-19 response, and some of our care coordinators have recently been involved in vaccination programs and also administrating some of the vaccination program as well. So it's a really diverse role, the care coordinator. Very similar kind of basis around the people that we want. We want people with excellent communication skills and understanding of health and social care, either formally or informally. We need positivity. We need people that can adapt and maintain professional relationships. We're looking for that organisational skills, the time management skills. It's a very busy role. It's around good written skills for report writing, but also data management and IT skills. Many of our programs are based on the EMIS system, but don't worry, loads of training on hand to get you up to speed on that one. As regarding the care coordinator's salary band is slightly low, but it's still an important role. It's 19,000 to 23,000. Again, we will consider part-time and flexible working patterns, and we currently have vacancies working in GP practices in Crewe and in Northwich. The key thing now is how to actually apply. Because our Pathways website is just gone through an update, all our vacancies are posted on there, and we also post our vacancies upon Indeed. Please feel free to take a look at our website for our latest vacancies, and it's an ongoing process. So even if you find that there isn't anything available for your particular locality, by all means, if we're interested, if you're interested in joining us, then we're interested in speaking to you. Send your CVs over to Jeanette.Harradine@Pathways CIC, and we'll go through an initial conversation to try and find out exactly where your skills lie and how they can fit together with our programs. We'll go through an interview with a panel with recommendations then to the primary care network who conduct the final interview. So that's the end of the information. If you need any further information, please send any questions, any details to yvonne.clark at pathwayscic.co.uk, or jeanette.harraday@pathwayscic.co.uk. And again, our website at pathwayscic.co.uk has all our vacancies, plus there's loads of information on there around the kind of services that we delivered, the case studies of people who we've actually worked with. I think it's fairly safe to say that we have actually changed people's lives, and we continue to do that on a day-to-day basis. Thanks very much for your time, and I'm more than happy to have a chat about any further questions that you might have, Stuart.
Thank you so much for that, Darren. Very comprehensive review there of the vacancies and, of course, what Pathways CIC do. There's been a few people on the chat as well talking about the presentation. So if you and your team wouldn't mind jumping on there. Joe, in particular, Joe C, was asking, I'm training to be a mindfulness teacher, and as a BACP counsellor, would I be able to work as a social prescriber before I qualify? Don't need to answer that right now, but if you could just jump on the chat and maybe respond to Joe and anybody else. And I know your team are supporting us throughout the rest of this event, so thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No, Darren, I'm sorry we're going to have to leave it there, but I know you said you continue on the chat and helping people during the course of this event, so please feel free to. And if you are getting in touch with Pathways, as Joe has done, make sure you tag them in your questions. So put the @ a bit like Twitter, put the @ and then Pathways CIC. Really nice to meet you, Darren. Thanks so much for that information. Really, really useful. And we'll hopefully see you back here again on the Jobs Live channel. Take care. So welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. It's Thursday the 22nd of April. Hope you're having a great day, and thanks for joining us here to find out more about employers from across the country, and in particular their vacancies that they have with us at the moment. And also you're going to get to know about these companies in a bit more detail and the kind of people they're looking for. So it's really invaluable insights into hearing from these employers today here on the Jobs Live channel. Remember, you can always stay in touch with us by using the subscribe option at the top of the page so you don't miss a single broadcast, and we'll let you know the people we're meeting. So next up, we're going to meet up with good friends of the channel, Gatwick Airport, and I've got Dave online right now. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Stuart.
Great to meet you again. We met what seems like a lifetime ago now at the Aviation Live broadcast, which I think was just before lockdown, wasn't it? Around February last year.
It was indeed, yeah. It feels like an awful long time ago now, doesn't it?
It does. It feels like another lifetime ago, in fact. But you are doing the similar role that you're doing now, and in fact use that broadcast to talk about your apprenticeship program. We're gonna come on to that actually, because that is again started for 2021. But before we do, for those who don't know about Gatwick, just tell us, what is Gatwick Airport?
Yeah, most certainly. So Gatwick Airport is the second largest of the main London airports, and before COVID-19 pandemic was the second busiest airport in the United Kingdom in terms of passenger traffic, and was the busiest single runway airport in the world. We got a diverse mix of airlines that fly from Gatwick, including EasyJet, British Airways and TUI, to name a few. Pre-pandemic, we also flew to more destinations than any other UK airport. And in 2019, we flew more than 46 million passengers. We normally operate from 2 terminals, and we obviously have a direct rail link straight into central London.
Brilliant. And for those who can't quite geographically picture where you are, just if you can visualise where you are in that M25 circuit around London, you're quite close to that motorway, aren't you?
We are indeed, yeah. We're very close to the M25. We're straight direct access onto the M23, which is 15 minutes from the M25. So Gatwick's based near Crawley in West Sussex, and we are less than 30 miles south of central London.
Perfect. And everything we're going to talk about today, Dave, about the roles, particularly apprenticeship roles, are people going to be based at the airport, or is it going to be a blend of that and remote working as well?
So the apprenticeship is based at Gatwick, other than the first year where you will you will spend time in our college provider, which is East Surrey College.
Brilliant. Well, let's get straight to it, shall we? I know you've got, you're excited, I'm sure, to talk about this, because in the current climate, it feels like there's a lot of negative, but we're talking about a real positive opportunity for an engineer apprentice to join you in the future. So while you're chatting about that, let me just bring up your web page. So we're now sharing the Gatwick Airport careers page, and this is in particularly looking at the apprentices, Dave. So tell us a little bit more about what opportunities are on that page right now.
Absolutely. So we're really pleased to be able to look to the future to rebuild Gatwick, and we are currently recruiting for our 2021 intake of engineering apprentices. So the apprenticeship scheme itself is a fantastic opportunity for people to join us and begin their career in engineering. The program that we offer is a level 3 mechatronics apprenticeship. It's a 4-year program, of which the first year is spent full-time at East Surrey College, and here you will study for your BTEC Level 2 in engineering through a combination of theory and practical lessons. So this will include electrical, electronic, welding. You'll be in a machine shop working on lathes, mills, etc. So they give you a real good basic understanding of engineering in the early days of your apprenticeship. You then come to the Gatwick in year 2, and at the airport during year 2, you would just work 8-hour shifts with a day release back to college, where you will continue to study, but this time for your BTEC Level 3. When you're at the airport, I will put you on 3 to 4 month rotations around engineering sections such as heating and ventilating, air conditioning, our shuttle section, our baggage, our life safety and controls automation, our specialist systems that incorporates electronics and environmental utilities and estate. And here you'll gain practical experience working with our technicians, getting an understanding of the vast and varied engineering available that's at the airport. And during your year 2, you will also begin work on your MVQ. And this is your portfolio that you'll build over the course of the apprenticeship of all the skills that you've obtained. Into year 3, you will commence shift work. So this is 12-hour shifts, days and nights. It gets you working an awful lot closer with the team. You'll continue with rotations around engineering sections. For those of you that have achieved good BTEC results, you will return to college and study for an HNC in engineering. Working with the shift teams, as I said earlier, will enhance your team working skills, and it will give you a greater insight into the technician role at Gatwick. Year 4, which is your final year, will see you complete the final year of your HNC. Here you will spend longer on a section. We will look at sections that are available where there may be opportunities for you to become one of our engineers on the future, and you will spend longer with that team to prepare you. We also prepare you for your endpoint assessment to prove that you're competent to carry out the role, and that will, at the end of that, your apprenticeship would have reached a successful conclusion. Other things we like to do with our apprentices during their apprenticeship is take all our apprentices to an outward bound centre, hopefully each year, for a week. And here we carry out a programme based around teamwork and responsibilities, but it's a week spent canoeing, rock climbing, abseiling, going on an expedition. So it's super fun, but it actually is preparing you for your time at work and teamwork.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for that. And I'd say we're sharing the website at the moment. So David, what I'd like to do is just briefly drill down into what happens when people actually apply. And I can see there, it says our 2021 engineering apprenticeship program is now open for applications. Yeah. Click here to apply. So I'm just going to click on that link now, and it opens up in another tab, and hopefully this is going to work live. There we go. So it's coming up. We're coming up with the actual now. That's the spec of the job and the opportunity.
Absolutely.
So people can read through that. And then when they actually go to apply for that, Dave, what sort of information are you looking for at this stage when they first start to apply?
Okay, so this is quite important, Stu, here. There'll be a series of questions that they need to look at and answered on there. At that stage there will also be a question around why you want to join. What do you think you can bring to the role, and why you want to apply for that. That's really important. You've got to remember, for an apprenticeship as well, a lot of people apply maybe quite young. So that's your opportunity to express to us your desire around engineering, your passion for wanting to go down the apprenticeship route. So it's quite important that they actually think carefully about the statement that they want to put there. Once you've put your statement there, the only other thing to do is attach your CV.
Yeah. Great. So I'm just looking at the bottom there. If I click apply now, it'll let you do that, and then you can, as you say, go through those questions, and then literally then you need to just add your CV. So for someone who's seen quite a number of CVs, Dave, let's make sure as many people are successful at this stage. What to you makes a good CV when people are applying into this particular role?
Okay, and that's a really good question, Stuart. There's two areas here for me. I think I just covered the one about the statement. You know, that application form, we're asking you to apply for a position and why you feel you're suitable. So, like I said a moment ago, it is an opportunity to demonstrate a passion for engineering and give a really strong statement. As for the CV, the main importance for me, and I've seen a lot of these, is please read over your CV and ensure it's fit for the job role that you're applying for. I get too many each year that are just a generic CV that someone has and just attaches it to an application. And actually, you know, when you read it, they may be applying for a job in retail or finance or something like that. If you're applying for this engineering role, please tailor your CV to show that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and also we hear a lot about doing your research as well. So make sure your CV defines the role you're going for, as you rightly say. What you've already, from the program you've got 4 years there of seeing people on that program, and you'll know the ones who make it and those who don't through that process. What is it that you feel that? What is the sort of things you're looking for? The kind of the attributes and the sort of the softer skills that are going to make young people successful.
Absolutely. So, you're looking for someone who has a genuine passion around engineering. We've already mentioned that. But they've got to be motivated to want to learn and willing to work and study. A lot of the study and the work that they need to do for the college will need to be done in your own time. And it's having that motivation to do that. Gatwick's a family-friendly organisation. We really want to embrace our young people into the business. And actually, it's becoming part of that business. Putting the work in, you've got to be a good team player, but mainly you've really got to, want to achieve high standards, be proud to work for Gatwick, respect our values, and be motivated to be one of our future engineers.
And going on to that about the future as well, what we've met on the channel over the last couple of years is people who've done very well at Gatwick, who've moved into very senior roles after starting as apprenticeship. So you must pride yourself really on those progression routes for your apprentices when they come in.
It's something we've always had, and you're right, we do pride ourselves on that. We work hard with our apprentices over a 4-year period, and we want them to be our engineers of the future. A huge amount of our technician workforce is carried out their apprenticeship at Gatwick Airport. I carried out my apprenticeship at Gatwick Airport, albeit an awful long time ago. Some of them have chosen to remain as technicians, which is fantastic. Some are team leaders, engineering leaders. We've got principal engineers, senior business managers. I've gone full circle. I run our apprenticeship program now, and as I say, I started here as an apprentice. So there are wonderful opportunities for our people at Gatwick to progress into different areas.
And is it something that, when someone applies and they think engineering, it might just put them off? They think that they've never done anything like that before. Are you finding people who apply, who've not necessarily done engineering, are still just as successful as those who have done it before?
Absolutely. And that's a really important point you make. I think what you've got to remember is you are applying for an apprenticeship here. We're not looking for a finished article. We're talking young people who may not have any experience with engineering, but just have this desire to learn, just really enjoy working with their hands, are willing to learn. And I think that's really important. Please don't be put off because you see the word engineering. We also find, again, an important point from us, I'd love to see more women apply, more girls applying in engineering. We've got 2 fantastic female apprentices. We want some more. Everyone is judged fairly. So please don't be afraid to apply.
Absolutely. So let's make that point. It's not male dominated, is it? It shouldn't be. The roles are suitable for both male and female to apply into. So thanks for raising that point, Dave. I think it's a really good one to make sure more girls do apply into your program. Just on the point of that was just final point about hints and tips. You've already talked about CVs. If they do get to the next stage and maybe they're being interviewed or they're part of an assessment, what other advice can you give people at that stage? Because we still want them to be a success. So what makes those people stand out for you when you're assessing them and you're interviewing them?
Okay, so we want someone who's going to be confident, without being overconfident. It's a scary thing coming and standing before us and talking in an interview. Be relaxed. Try to enjoy it as much as you can. Prepare. That's really important. If you've done a little bit of engineering work, and when I say engineering work, this could be building a shed with your mum, dad, or your granddad in the garden. This could be fixing your bike. Take some photos of it. Show us what you've done. Prepare a small presentation. Just be confident in your abilities. As I said, you're not applying for a job here where we're looking for the finished article. We understand you're possibly young people. Could be your first ever time going for an interview or into the workplace. We're going to make you as welcome as we possibly can. But it's actually, if you can prepare, do some research on a company, and you'll be an asset.
Yeah, and I suppose there's that point, isn't it? The last 12 months it's been difficult, especially for young people working remotely at home, with lots of more spare time maybe than they had before. Are you looking for sort of asking that question, what have you been doing with the last 12 months? Have you been doing any projects? Would that hold them in good stead if they've been working on a project or a hobby whilst being stuck at home, so to speak?
It certainly would, absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, it's been a really tough time for young people and my apprentices as well. My first years who joined us last year, they've just getting into the business and they've spent an awful lot of time having to do their college lessons via Teams. It's been difficult. If people have done any form of project, bring it to us. It's going to help. Like I said, I'm looking for passion. It may be that they haven't created an engineering project. That's no problem. That's okay. But if you have, bring it along with you. Demonstrate it. Show us.
I know you said just finally, you said you started yourself as an apprentice. Everyone remembers their first day, don't they? I mean, can you remember that first day? Driving up to Gatwick or walking up to Gatwick, and when you first arrived there, what was that feeling like, Dave, when you first walked into the operation?
I do remember it, Stuart. It was the end of August 1984, which is an awful long time ago. It was so exciting for me. I'd come straight from school, thought I knew everything and realised I knew nothing. And it was wonderful. I was made to feel very welcome. And it was just suddenly I was in this world of work. And it just opened up a world of possibilities. And I thought I knew what went on at an airport. I had no idea what went on behind the scenes. So it really is an exciting time for young people.
Thanks so much, Dave. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. So that's Dave White from Gatwick Airport, who's the engineering apprentice lead, who will be your man, really, if you were successful, to take you through your programme. And he's seen many young people through that programme over the years and who've gone on to work at Gatwick at a quite senior level, which is fantastic to see. So Dave, thanks so much for sharing that information. I know you'll jump on the chat later and leave some valuable links where people can go for these jobs. We've already shared one today. I'm just going to flash it back up on screen again. So this is the actual website you need to visit right now. When's the actual closing date, by the way? I should have asked you that earlier.
Yeah, no problem, sure. The closing date is the 30th of April, so we haven't got that long.
No, but there's still plenty of time if you want to get your application.
Correct.
It doesn't take long at all. Just go online, submit your CV. But like Dave said, just be careful that the CV is fit for purpose and it does talk about the role you're applying for. That is so important. Otherwise, you may get overlooked. Okay, Dave. Well, listen, really good to get you back here on the Jobs Live channel. Hopefully we can have you back on again later in the year to talk about the success of your programme and look to the future as well. But in the meantime, take care and the very best of luck to you and your colleagues there at Gatwick Airport.
Thanks ever so much, Stuart.
So good morning and welcome back to the Jobs Live channel. This is Friday, the 9th of April. Delighted you could join us for Jobs Live. And today we're looking at recruitment from a whole range of different sectors. I'm delighted to start with the RAF, and we've been joined by Gemma at the RAF. Good morning, Gemma.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the Jobs Live channel. Before we get into what the RAF do, which I think a lot of people do know, but there's obviously things that they may not know, just tell us a little bit about what you do there at the RAF, please.
Yeah, of course. So my actual trade is cyberspace communication specialist. However, right now I'm in recruitment, so I work for the Newcastle AFCO on the outreach team. So I'm involved in getting out to all the schools, universities, colleges, and being a part of all the careers fairs, really, to kind of get the word out of what we do and what we can provide.
And we spoke to one of your colleagues, Rachel, about what people perceive the RAF to be, and it's more than just pilots, isn't it, Gemma?
Yes, yeah, of course it is. So within the RAF, we actually have 60 roles. So all our roles as well are open to both male and female. And you can have roles from, like you already know, pilots. You could be chefs. You could be firefighters. You could work in cyber. The roles, honestly, we cover a range of roles. You could even be an admin if you wanted to be. You know, there's so many opportunities.
And I know a lot of them are on your careers website. So if anybody's watching today or watching this on demand, the best place to start is the RAF careers site, where those 60 or some of those 60 roles are live right now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. So as well, once you go onto the actual webpage, if you're not too sure what you are looking for, there's actually like a little helper tool there that can actually try and push you into a kind of career you want. So if you're looking to go down a apprenticeship route, you can see all the roles that we have that come with apprenticeships. Or if you just want a normal ground trade, you can go through that. Or even if you're looking to commission and go for the officer trades or the officer branches, you can see what's available, and it will also state all the qualifications you're required to have prior to actually approaching your Armed Forces Careers Office.
So if I can ask you a little bit more about the application process then, Gemma, just talk us through what a typical applicant would go through first. How's their journey start when they're applying into you?
So the first step would obviously be going onto the Royal Air Force page and submitting your interest. Once you've done this, this will then go off to what's known as the virtual AFCO, which is basically, it's like a team of civilians that sit there and they'll look through your application, make sure that you're suitable. And then what happens from then on in is your application will then get pushed out to your local Armed Forces Careers Office. Then you'll be assigned to a careers advisor who will then contact you, and that's when your actual process will start. So once that initial contact is made, you'll be invited forward to come and sit the airman selection test. So everybody, regardless of whether you're a ground trade or if you're going for an officer trade, you will sit the airman selection test. It's a series of 7 little mini tests, and it covers numeracy, literature, all things that you would think, like memory, a bit of verbal reasoning, electronic comprehension, and things like that. So once you've done that, you will then, at the moment, obviously with COVID, you'll be asked to leave. They'll do all your scores, and then basically we'll do something called trade counselling. And this is where they'll look at all your scores and they'll see exactly what you've come out successful for. So if it's one of the jobs that you were looking for, brilliant. We can start, moving further along. If not, this doesn't mean that you have to give up there. If that's the role you really want to go for, you can resit your airman selection test at a later date. So don't feel like you've missed out, because you haven't. You still have other opportunities. So say you passed your selection test, you'll then be invited to come forward for a filter interview. And this is like anything, this is usually about 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes for the airman and it's 40 minutes for an officer. So during this, the first part of the interview is all about yourself. So sell yourself. Everything that you've done, anything that you've ever done, like leadership, if you've been a part of the cadets. We want to know all these things that are going to make you, bring something to our team. We want you to be a part of that. And then the second part is literally just going to briefly go over a little bit about the Royal Air Force, just to make sure that you know what you're joining up for, where your trade training is, where your basic training is, how long it's for. So on successful completion of that, you'll then be invited along to go for a medical, which is done by civilians. So that gets done, and then you'll be invited along for a pre-joining fitness test. Again, all the information on what requirements are needed for your pre-joining fitness test are on the Royal Air Force website. This is done at local Nuffield gyms. Obviously, with COVID and the gyms being shut at the moment, these have been on hold, but they will be coming back in, obviously, with effect from Monday. So that's basically the start of your journey.
That's really good, Gemma. Thanks for explaining that. And yeah, delighted that the gyms are opening on Monday, and I'm sure you are as well for other reasons than just doing selection. But could I just ask, can you practice the selection test? Is there anywhere where you can have a go first before you take it for real?
Yeah, so actually on the Royal Air Force website, there are practice airman selection tests on there. They are quite repetitive though, so don't get kind of stuck into the thing of, you can't do it. If you Google airman selection test or little quick fire tests, you'd probably be able to find quite a few on YouTube and stuff like that. So you'd be able to run through just to give yourself a little bit of an idea of what to expect.
We ask this question a lot on the Jobs Live, is the kind of people that you're looking for. And I don't mean the skills necessarily, but the softer skills, the employability skills. What makes people successful, do you think, in the RAF when they join you? What sort of things do you notice that makes somebody successful and have a good career within your service?
To be honest, the service in a whole is so diverse. I think it's all about bringing a personality. You can have all the hard skills. We can even, we will teach you the hard skills. It's bringing something to the party. Do you know what I mean? Just come forward and be yourself. Be a little bit outgoing. Be a little bit confident. Just show that you can lead. Show that you're not afraid to be put in a situation that you wouldn't normally react well to, but you can. Like I said, we're such a diverse force in general. We have so many people, and all the different parts that people bring in make us the great organisation that we are. We can't, if everybody was the same, we'd have a very, very boring, workplace.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting because when we said before about people perceive you as, a place that recruits just pilots, it is clearly a lot more than that. Could you give us a couple of examples of jobs that people may never have heard of that actually you need in the service?
So at the moment, we are, like I said, my trade in specific, cyberspace communication specialists, we are recruiting them. So that my role itself is, so we're involved in all the IT side of things. So you could find yourself on at 90 Signals Unit, which is up at RAF Lehman. They do all the deployments. They take all the kit out and they set up all the kit for exercises, operation. They maintain that kit, service it. So they're out and about quite a lot. They do information exploitation within our trade. There's iHub, which is it's kind of like a help desk. So it's not one of the more fun jobs, but it is a job that still is quite important to us because obviously, when we're away, if our users have problems, they need us to help them out. So that's one of the jobs that is currently being asked for. Another one is constantly going on is regiment gunner. And I'll go with this one because, like I said earlier, all our trades are now open to both male and female. So as opposed to the army, where the infantry more, mostly are male, we've now come on and we've said, you know what, we will have females on our front line. So we're now recruiting that. So a regiment gunner, their role is force protection. So no matter where we deploy in the world, the regiment will go. So, and they'll be doing exercises, they'll be training our normal people on their weapons, living in the field, and just basically being able to look after yourself should you be in any, adverse conditions that you're not used to.
And it's great that you're able to do that diversity, and like you say, take more females into the RAF. I know you're a passionate believer in apprentices as well, Gemma, aren't you? And you got your fair share of them every year. When do they tend to recruit all year round, or do you have a set time when you tend to take apprentices on?
No, so within the engineering roles, you will always go through the apprenticeships. it's not necessarily that we have certain times of the year that happen all the time. It just depends where we're at with the trades and the manning within that trade. Obviously with COVID, a lot of the training has had to be cut down, so the numbers have come down quite a bit. So a few of the engineering trades that would provide the apprenticeships have been on hold. This doesn't mean they're shut permanently. They will reopen, so it's just definitely worth it. It's something that you're interested in. Just keep an eye on the Royal Air Force website, because as soon as they're open, they will come back on. So it will tell you when you go onto the Royal Air Force website if they are currently recruiting for that. If not, give it a couple of months, check again, because these are opening and closing all the time, and it's just to allow the backlog from COVID, really.
Thank you for that. And on the Jobs Live channel as well, every employer we get on, we try and help people into work and make them be more successful at the application stage. You've already said about bring your personality when you join the service and stand out a little bit, but the actual application process itself, Gemma, for people who are applying, any sort of hints and tips you can give people to make sure that they rise to the top and have a really good chance of being selected?
I would say regarding your actual application process, be as transparent as possible. Do you know what I mean? Don't try and hide anything that you think might be a bad thing. We want to know if it's going to be a no-go from the start, we will tell you. Medical, especially, don't try and hide that for later on down the line, because it's going to come out of your medical, and then, you've built yourself up to possibly be, quite upset when you get turned away. Regarding actually going to the interview, make sure that you're smart, make sure that you make an effort, be on time. We're so about timing, so you will get it drilled into you from the minute you start basic training that if you're told to be somewhere at 9 o'clock, you're there at 5 to 9. It's a 5-minute rule. Just be there. Don't be late. Have a good attitude. Be open. Have good eye contact, and just be free to speak. Don't try and sit there and kind of get yourself all mixed up. And if you do within your interview and you have a moment where you think you're tying yourself up in knots, just say to your interviewer, "Can I just have a couple moments?" They will understand. They really will understand. They will let you have that. Take back control of your interview and then just go and carry it on.
No, that's great advice. Final question for me. Can I just ask what attracted you to the RAF in the first place, Gemma? Where does your story start?
So my uncle was in the RAF. I don't really know where my actual full drive to join the RAF came from. It just sort of happened overnight, and I never really looked at any of the other services. I was asked this yesterday on an event as well, and I was like, I don't really know. But I never wanted to work in a shop or anything like that. And I wanted to travel. I wanted to see as much of the world as I possibly could. And this job has seen me travel all over the world. I've been paid to do it. I've done adventure training, paid for, sport. It's given me so many opportunities, and I have met some, people that are lifelong friends, and when you join the military, I think regardless of what service you go in, I think you just need to understand that you join basically an extended family. And it's something that you will never understand unless you've been in the military, I think. And even people, when they leave, they will always, always remember their days and their friends from there. So yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, well, it's been a pleasure to meet you, Gemma, and thank you to you and your colleagues for all the great work you do, not just in the military, but out in the community as well. I know it's a massive family, and I know a lot of work goes on outreach, but people may not even realise that you do. So thanks for all your volunteering that you do as well in the community. It's much appreciated. Can I just final checks on the website? If you wanted to go and search out these jobs now, is it a simple case of Googling RAF careers?
It is indeed, yeah. Just Google Royal Air Force. It will take to the RAF careers page, and then from there you will see a little tab, and it will say "Find Your Role." That's where you'll be able to help to work out what you actually want to do. There's lots of little tabs. If it's apprenticeships, if it's officers, everything's available. It's very easy to use. So just go and have a look and see what's available.
I know you've got your own partner page on the Jobs Live website as well. So if people got any questions, go on the live chat right now. The RAF team will be able to assist you. And I know you've been doing that all week. So thanks again for your support in signposting people to your career site and just helping them in general, because sometimes people just get a bit stuck, don't they, and don't know what they want to do next.
Yeah, of course. And especially in times like these at the moment, it's a very, very confusing time for a lot of people, and job security is a massive thing for people. And there's one thing that you're always going to have within the military, and that is job security.
Thanks so much. Pleasure to meet you, Gemma. Thanks for your time. Take care. Enjoy the weekend as well. I'm sure you're well deserved. And we'll get back to Mondays again next week.
Brilliant. Thank you. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Stuart. I have been joined by Azenia from Guidant Global. So could you please tell us a little bit more about Guidant Global and what you guys do?
So I'm a client services manager, which means I'm aligned to a particular customer. So my particular customer are a British fashion house that designs and distributes a range of luxury items. So this includes trench coats through to leather goods, footwear, accessories, fragrances and cosmetics.
Brilliant. That sounds really exciting, actually. So whereabouts are you guys based, roughly?
So their HQ is based in London, but for the roles that we're currently seeing and hiring for, they're going to be based in Castleford in West Yorkshire.
Amazing, that's perfect. So could you tell us about the roles that you guys are recruiting for at present?
So we're currently hiring for sewing machinists to cover night shifts for a new production line up in Yorkshire.
Perfect. So a really good, stable job role really there. So what kind of person are you looking for, or people are you looking for to not only just join that role, but also to join your organisation as a whole?
Yeah, so we're looking for people with a strong work ethic, people that are able to follow instructions. They need to have a proven experience working across a range of different sewing machine types. So in industrial environments or manufacturing environments, and specifically in making garments. We'd also like to see individuals who have a knowledge of varying sewing techniques, so for example, collars and pockets, and they'd also need to be people that, can consider if a night shift is something that's going to be suitable for them.
100%, that's perfect. So why would someone want to come and work for you guys?
So the company's a fantastic brand, and they strive to attract and work with fantastic people. So they're actively driving forward a more diverse and inclusive workforce, and they are very much driven by creativity. And I think that this is evident in the atmosphere that they create for their workforce, and specifically in these types of roles. So yeah.
Perfect. So do you have any hints or tips for anyone who may find the particular role you just mentioned there interesting and want to apply for?
So I guess you need to use your CV as your first opportunity to showcase your credentials and kind of why you should be joining this great team. I'd say to keep it clear and concise, always very, very helpful. To make sure that your CV that you send over is tailored to this specific role. So consider this, as an individual application, and make sure that your CV kind of highlights all the things that we need to see for this role. And I definitely say a cover letter is always good. It adds a personal touch and gives us a little bit more about you as a person.
Lovely. Well, thank you so much for those pieces of advice and those hints and tips that you've just given to us today. But unfortunately, that's all we've got time for. Thank you so much for your time today and for joining us on the Jobs Live channel. Hopefully, we'll see you on again very soon. But for now, we shall now hand back to Stuart in the studio. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart. So I have been joined by Helen Meakin, who works at Cheshire College South and West. So Helen, could you tell us about what your company does and whereabouts you guys are based?
So we're a further education college and we offer A-level, T-level, vocational qualifications and apprenticeship. So I'm the employer engagement manager and my team and I work with a range of employers and we develop apprenticeship opportunities and find suitable applicants for those opportunities. We've got campuses in Crewe, Ellesmere Port and Chester, but we work with employers across Cheshire and nationally really, so that we're meeting their entire training and apprenticeship needs.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So what roles do you help recruit for with your apprenticeships?
I think it's important to say you wouldn't be working for the college, you'd be working for one of over 500 employers that we work alongside. All the employers that we work with go through rigorous checks so that we know that they're prepared to support apprentices for the duration of an apprenticeship. Now, those apprenticeship vacancies currently include hospitality vacancies, engineering vacancies, hairdressing, customer service. There's a really wide range of opportunities and lots of vacancies available now that will be shown throughout the event on the screen.
Beautiful, that sounds amazing. So what kind of people do you look for when you're choosing who goes and does an apprenticeship?
So anybody over the age of 16 that isn't in full-time employment can apply for an apprenticeship. So it could be somebody looking for their first job or somebody looking for a new career pathway. They can even already be qualified in a different area. That doesn't exempt them from becoming an apprentice. So as long as it's something, a new career pathway to them, it really doesn't matter. Any age group can apply these days.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So why would someone want to go and have an apprenticeship through you guys?
So an apprenticeship is an opportunity to start or restart your career, and it's a great way to earn whilst you learn. So as an example, whilst you're working, at least 20% of your time is going to be spent learning or training. It may mean that you go to college for part of the week, or it may mean that that training is going to happen in the workplace. But regardless, you'll be supported throughout your apprenticeship to learn new skills that will be really relevant to the workplace. And your employer will see an apprenticeship as a real investment in their business, and there are usually some great opportunities for people within that workplace once they've completed an apprenticeship.
That sounds brilliant. So do you have any hints or tips for those who might apply for an apprenticeship through you?
Absolutely. I think really tailor your application to meet the needs of that particular position. Focus on your own key skills and things that will set you apart from the other applicants. You can register with the college's talent pool so that we can notify you of when suitable apprenticeships become available. But you can also register with a wide range of other colleges and training providers. You could visit Cheshire and Mornington Opportunities portal, or you could go to the government's Find an Apprenticeship service. So all of those are ways to find an apprenticeship that might be suitable for you. But it's really, really important in that application to sell yourself and make yourself stand out from the others.
That's amazing. Thank you for those hints and tips there. But unfortunately, that was the final question. It was lovely for you to join us on the Jobs Live channel, and thank you so much for your time. Hopefully, we'll be able to see you again very soon on here as well. But for now, unfortunately, it's now back to Stuart in the studio.
for people who've never, I guess, been involved with care before, give us a sense of what sort of roles that you've got and what's involved on a kind of day-to-day basis, Helen.
Of course. We've got a number of positions in Star Care at the moment. We've been very fortunate that we were awarded a number of contracts a few months ago. We have a number of care positions where individuals will have the privilege to go out and support our wonderful clients out in the community, allowing them to, live within their own homes, supporting, as detailed within their care plan. I did mention last week we have plenty of opportunities to grow with the company, and we do have a number of vacancies at the moment for individuals who are looking to progress their career in care. We have a quality senior position in our Chester office that supports with the quality and compliance aspects, ensuring that the care that we deliver is at the highest standard that we can provide our clients. And we also have a number of service coordinator positions in our service branch based in the Chester location area. This role is really, really integral to the business because not only does it support our clients, it also supports our staff who are doing an amazing job on the front line at the moment.
Brilliant. And so as you're talking about those roles, Helen, I'm just going to flash up the website. So this is starcare.org.uk/careers in care. And you can, on this site, have a look at the positions. And I'm just looking now, there's some open positions for, as you say, different roles. Care assistant in Chester, Knowsley and Winsford. You've got domiciliary care registered managers. You've got healthcare assistants in Chester, Knowsley and Winsford as well. You've got a whole raft of them, haven't you? And I think what I really welcome is that ability to chat with you as well on your website. And is that something that people can do before they apply?
Absolutely. We also have access to individuals contacting us through the phone. And, if they didn't want to do it, through, obviously the web page. We're also contactable in the office, but also on the mobile. We've also got a designated HR inbox as well. And we really want to hear, from, any individuals out there that are looking, for a career in care who, really want to make a difference to our lovely clients' lives.
Absolutely. So just to remind me, is it residential care or is it more community care?
So it's domiciliary care working out in the community. We do have 3 branches, one in the Chester and Ellesmere Port area. We also have a branch in the Knowsley and Merseyside area, and one in Northwich and the Winsford area. We also have a number of schemes with the business as well, and they do work and provide domiciliary care support within schemes. But the largest, part of obviously the business is the domiciliary care.
Great. And I just looked on your website as well. Underneath the jobs is the benefits, I suppose, of being a Star Care team member. Your paid travel time, mileage allowance, opportunities to gain qualifications as well. That's a real sell, isn't it, for someone who wants to progress within your company?
That's absolutely correct. And we're really, really lucky because we have a sister training company that works in collaboration with Star Care to deliver the mandatory training elements, but further progress, individuals' careers, undertaking, up to, a level 5 qualification in health and social care. We also have 2 pathways for our care staff. They can either, complete the mandatory route or they can undertake an apprenticeship, which is fully funded by, Star Care. But equally, there's lots and lots of support, not only in classroom based, but also out in the community. We have a number of, senior care staff that go out to support our care staff, during, day-to-day activities to make sure, they're equally supported.
No, so the actual skills that you need, I'm just looking at the points you've made there. Organizational skills, clearly, listening and communication skills. I guess that's vital when dealing with your clients. And then the ability to understand your policies and procedures. And finally, good writing skills. Not a lot there about qualifications. Is it fair to say that for people from all backgrounds, at all levels, can find a place to work for you?
Absolutely. We have a number of individuals that, have been out of work for some time that have come to work for the business. Individuals who are starting their career in care, who have just come out of school. And they've started an apprenticeship with us. We set up a new scheme in the new year for individuals who've left school. We're now supporting them working out in the community and also our schemes. So we do provide a lot of support, to individuals through the training infrastructures that we have. And not only do we do classroom based, but we also ensure that we do a number of welfare checks, throughout the first 6 to 8 months of, the individuals, start with Starcare.
Yeah. Brilliant. I'm just going to remind people of that web address again then. So it's starcare.org.uk/careers. Careers in care will get you to that page where all those vacancies, and I guess if there's nothing on there that people see right now, it will change continually through the year, so keep checking back. Yeah, Helen?
That's absolutely correct, and it does change on a day by day, week by week basis. But if anyone does have any queries, they can also post messages on our webpage or contact us here in Starcare. We really want to hear from people.
Yeah. Brilliant. And I think you've got your details of your offices underneath there. So if someone was to call you, would the head office be the best place to start?
Absolutely, yes. And, if they need to, get some further information from myself, I'm always available. And, if I'm not in the office, I'll more than happily get back to any, individuals.
So I've got the Chester office is 01244 313 576. To call
That's
Helen
correct.
and the team, and someone there will be able to help you with your application. Great stuff. Before we let you go, I'm just going to ask you this sort of similar questions to what we asked you last time. I think we both agreed that there's people from different sectors now applying because of the pandemic and where we're at with people's career. They may have to change career because of what's happened to them. So I think I think the care sector, the profile of the care sector has increased, which is great. I'm sure for people joining you in the future. But just to make sure they get it right when they do apply, Helen, what sort of things do you want to see when they on their application or when they talk to you that will make them successful in their application?
I think the key ingredient for us in Starcare is about individuals, really being passionate about care and that they really want to make a difference to individuals' lives. In terms of, obviously, their, interview process, we appreciate it's daunting at the moment, but we do give them, a lot of support and encouragement, during the interview process.
Not quite as daunting as a live interview on Jobs Live, though, I'm sure.
This is very daunting.
Can I just ask on a personal note? I mean, for yourself, where does your journey start? What got you into care in the first place?
I actually started in McDonald's, believe it or not, many, many years ago. And I was doing a degree at the time. And I think was definitely the platform of how I, moved into HR. I suppose I fell into HR really, but I was very lucky after I completed a degree in Masters that I went on to a fast track program for the NHS in HR, and I've always loved care because for me, I've always wanted to make a difference, not just only to the staff, but also to the, clients and patients that, indirectly, I've supported over the years. So I think that's probably why I'm in Star Care now, because I'm really passionate about, people. I'm passionate, about, making a difference, to not only the staff, but, also our fabulous, clients.
Yeah. And I know you can't name names, but, how impactful is a visit from one of your team to somebody's home? What effect does that have on that individual? Give us an idea of that and the impact that those visits make.
So it makes a real difference to them because, ultimately they can, live in their own homes, and, there's, nothing worse for a loved one being in a hospital or a community, setting, and they really want to be at home because they've got the comforts, around them. And we get a lot of, obviously recognition, from the families and, also the clients themselves, thanking them for the support that, our fabulous carers, do, because they really do go over and beyond, to really support the clients, and they, forge up some really great relationships.
And do you think it has an impact on people's mental health as well? I mean, having company,
Absolutely.
not being on your own all day. I mean, having that visit, even if it's only a short visit, can make all the difference, can't it?
Absolutely, because they get that opportunity to have contact, and it's consistent contact. And they, as explained, they do, begin to forge up some really good, relationships, with each other. And it's a bit more than just, being a care, worker. It's also, about that interaction with others, that need our support at Star Care.
Brilliant. Well, if anybody who's interested in a career in care, you can certainly start your journey here. And even if you don't find something suitable, I'm sure you can advise people on what they could do in the care sector, because there's huge opportunities, isn't there, to go into this sector now.
Absolutely. And, if anybody wants to personally get into contact with me, to talk about either my journey or, journey into care, more than happy to help, those individuals that are looking, for that steer, because I think we've all had, those individuals that have helped us along through the way on our careers, and, more than happy to, give back, to others.
Brilliant. Well, very kind of you to say that, Helen, and always a pleasure to have you here on the Jobs Dive channel to find out more about Star Care. And as I say, the website is there now for you to visit and have a look at some of those roles, and hopefully you can find something that suits you in your career journey. Helen, we'll get you back on, I'm sure, in the future to talk more about care. And in the meantime, you have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Hello everybody, thank you Stuart, and today I've been joined by Irina from Greggs. Hi Irina.
Hi, my name is Irina Delika, recruitment advisor at Greggs, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about our business. Whenever I say that I work for Greggs, I can see people start thinking about our retail shops, our staff members baking and selling the famous sausage rolls or vegan sausage rolls, serving customers, or working behind the scenes and preparing fresh sandwiches. And yes, all of that is true, but Greggs is not only about retail shops on a high street, but so much more. Greggs is much loved and trusted brand with a strong heritage. And we have been baking and selling our products for over 80 years now. It all started in 1939 when John Gregg started to deliver fresh eggs and cheese to families of Newcastle. 10 years later, he chained up his bike and opened Greggs of Gosforth, Newcastle, making, baking, and selling fresh bread and tasty treats from his very own shop on the Gosforth High Street. There's still a Greggs there today. Over the years, we opened more shops across the country and looked for ways we could make Greggs even better. And today, we are UK's leading bakery food on the go retailer with over 2,000 shops and 20,000 employees serving millions of customers each week. At Greggs, we have big plans for the future and big opportunities available today. With ambition to grow over 2,500 shops nationwide and ownership of our supply chain, we are in a unique position to make high quality, freshly prepared food accessible to everyone. Ownership of our supply chain means that we can make great, freshly prepared food accessible to everyone at great values in an extremely competitive marketplace. By managing our own logistic operations, we can remain focused on the customer, delivering what our shops and customer needs.
So, could you tell us, where are you based?
Sure. Currently, we have over 2,000 shops, 8 regional bakeries, or we call them the centers of excellence, 1 central savory production plant, 2 distribution centers, and they are located throughout the UK and Northern Ireland, plus our head office, or Greggs House as it's known within Greggs, which is located in Newcastle.
Brilliant. So, what roles are you currently recruiting for?
As a company, we manufacture, distribute, and sell our products in our shops. Majority of our roles are based in our retail shops, and we are currently recruiting for shift leaders, supervisors, and shop managers across various locations in UK. But we're also on a constant lookout for various roles in digital and IT teams, roles in marketing, food and safety, logistics and supplies, and so on and so on.
So, what kind of people are you looking for to join the organisation?
We believe that success is down to putting the customers first. That's why Greggs is looking for people with a great customer service skills to join our family. Our shop team consists of shop manager, supervisor, shift leaders, and team members. Depending on the role you're interested in, previous experience might not be essential. However, though, you will be required to demonstrate an understanding of what makes a great customer service. Generally, Greggs shops are made up of small teams, around 5 to 15 staff members working together to deliver first-class customer service and quality products every day of the week. Whether you're a shop manager or a team member, your role will be very hands-on, and you will be involved in entire shop's operation, from cleaning to food preparation and customer serving.
So, why work for you?
As a member of Greggs family, you will benefit from competitive pay rates, generous staff discount, and a share of the profit. Our shop teams also take part in regular competitions and charity events, which ensure there is always fun going on within the shop. Progression is key to our business, as well as building career from inside out. We love to work with people who want to develop their skills and become more successful, and we provide various training and development opportunities to our shop team to help them grow with the business.
So, finally, any hints or tips for those applying?
Obviously, qualification and previous experience do have a place, but really, it's your enthusiasm and passion to provide great customer service that is equally as important. And what we are trying to convey, that there are always opportunities to progress within the business and build a successful career with Greggs. We have a lot of people in the business who started as a weekend team member or a team member and now running their own shop as a shop manager, or even progressed to an area manager or regional operations manager, or those who started working in our retail shops and moved to a different business function. There really are opportunities to progress and build your career with Greggs.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Irina. So back to you, Stuart, in the studio. Thanks, Stuart.
So today I have been joined by Jeanette, who works at Pathways. So Jeanette, could you tell us a little bit more about yourself and the company you work for?
Certainly. So I'm the operations manager at Pathways Community Interest Company, and we hold the contract with NHS England, providing primary care networks to GP practices in the Cheshire area for social prescribing interventions. The contract is called Alternative Solutions, and we have link workers that give people time to focus on what matters to me, and taking part of a holistic approach to people's health and well-being, and they connect people to the community groups and statutory services for practical and emotional support. Pathways is a very forward-thinking and innovative social enterprise, and in May 2020, we were listed as one of the top 100 social enterprises within the UK. We're a very values-driven organisation, and we strive to be a visionary to finding solutions and readdress health inequalities. Many of our services have evolved from prototypes to mainstream provisions that now support thousands of people across Cheshire, aligning the health, work and well-being with a focus on enabling people to live happier and healthier lives.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So whereabouts is Pathways based?
We're based across Cheshire, and the primary care networks that we cover are Crewe, Nantwich and Rural, Winsford, Chaw, which is shortened for Chelford, Handforth, Alderley Edge, Winslow, and then we have Northwich and Smash, which is Sandbach, Middlewich, Alsager, Scholar Green and Haslington.
Perfect, so a nice variety of places there. So what roles are you recruiting for at the moment?
We've got a variety of opportunities that we're recruiting for. There's two different types of social prescribing link workers. So we have a generalist and a mental health. And the generalist really looks at the patient's healthcare and overall well-being, linking in with various organisations to help with one or more long-term conditions, potentially lonely or isolation, or who have complex social needs that's affecting their well-being. The mental health link workers, these are people that are trained counsellors, therapists or practitioners, and they will have an active role in the patient's healthcare and overall well-being, and engage patients in particular in their mental health needs and through holistic interventions, etc. We also have care coordinators role, which is a new role for Pathways, and these individuals provide extra time, capacity and expertise to support patients that are preparing or following clinical conversations, and really giving that time back to the GP so they can work with different patients with their time.
Perfect, that sounds amazing. So for those types of roles, what kind of people are you looking for to join your organisation?
Pathways, we're really recruiting creative, adaptable individuals with a positive attitude and enthusiasm, and are prepared to work hard as part of the local primary care teams. It's a growing team, and so there's a number of new opportunities. All of the placements that we have within the doctor's surgeries, they also adhere to the COVID-19 safety working practices, and the positions can be flexible, so it's full-time, part-time, and there is that adaptability to the roles.
Perfect, that sounds lovely. So why would someone want to have a look at working for Pathways?
It's fair to say that Pathways is passionate about people, and that's whether it's been our clients, our patients and our staff. Last year we were thrilled to receive the prestigious Gold Invested in People Award, and we just put people first. We share vision and values, and we try and make a difference and strive to always do things better, and we support and develop staff, and we all love working for Pathways and to be part of that family, and that's what the ethos is, having that family environment, and so it's an excellent company to work for.
That's amazing, thank you for that. And then finally, have you got any hints or tips for those that might apply?
To apply, it's looking at what other skill set that you might have. So even if you don't necessarily tick all of the boxes on the job application, it's still worth applying, because we will potentially be able to look for some sort of training plan in place with the peers, etc. All of the vacancies are advertised on Pathways website and on Indeed and with DWP. And the interview for the selection, it would be initially a conversation with myself, and then from that we would look to taking you forward to a panel interview, and then from that having a second interview with the leading primary care practitioners.
Amazing. That sounds lovely. Well, thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for your time today. Unfortunately, that's all we've got time for, though. So, Stu, it's back to you in the studio.
So thanks, Stuart. Today I've been joined by Jessie from Unify Solutions. So Jessie, what does your company do?
Hi Ellie, thanks for introducing me. I'm Jessie. I'm the talent acquisition lead at Unify, and at Unify we're a fairly new company actually. So we launched in October 2020 last year, and we're a facilities management business. So we deliver kind of traditional cleaning, specialist cleaning, technical services, and we supply energy too. And our customers tend to be things like offices, hospitals, big box sheds, that type of thing. So just to go into what the teams do, our cleaning team makes sure our customer spaces are kept to a really high standard, and that could be from kind of shared spaces, lounges, washrooms, stairwells, showers, studios. And our specialist cleaning team, they look after things more like high-level window cleaning, building fabric and signage cleaning. And then the tech services part of Unify includes HVAC. And for those of us that don't work in facilities management, HVAC stands for heating, ventilation and air conditioning. And the tech services team also deal with planned preventative maintenance to keep our customers' business infrastructure running efficiently, just making sure our customers are compliant with regulations and legislation. And then lastly, we have Unify Energy that manages multi-tenanted commercial buildings, and they manage the energy consumption through sub-metering.
So where are you based?
Predominantly we're based in the Northwest. So like I said before, we are a kind of new company. So our head office is based in Manchester, but we have a large customer base at the moment in Manchester, Leeds, Liverpool and Birmingham, but we've got quite ambitious growth plans, seeing as we're new. So we're now also in Southampton, Milton Keynes and Sunderland.
So what roles are you currently recruiting for?
We have a variety of roles available at Unify, especially within our cleaning services team. So we have jobs such as cleaning team members, supervisors and mobile cleaners, and pay rates for those range from between £9.50 an hour to £10.50. And they work on a variety of shifts as well, so full-time, part-time, morning, afternoon, evening. But we tend to recruit quite quickly for these roles just due to the nature of the industry that we work in. So, for example, if we have a cleaning team member vacancy, it tends to be filled within a week or less. So that means it doesn't really work for us to advertise the traditional way. And what I mean by that is that putting up adverts, waiting for people to apply via our careers website and then going through an interview process, that doesn't really work for us just because our customers can't operate without cleaning team members for that length of time, especially during COVID at the moment. So what we do is we tend to recruit using a talent pool where people will apply to an ongoing vacancy, and we go through a process a bit like matching. So when a suitable role comes up and it matches the applicant's preferences, then we'll contact them about that role. But for our other areas outside of cleaning, we follow the more traditional recruitment route. So we advertise role on our website, wait for someone to apply, and then we go through a interview process. So I'd recommend for everyone to keep their eyes on our website for any vacancies that come up. And the types of roles that we'd recruit for outside of cleaning are so people in HR, so that's the team that I'm in, commercial, finance, risk and operations.
So what kind of people are you looking for to join the organisation?
So our values are really important to us. We're looking for people who dream and deliver, and that's someone who can see new ways of doing things, someone that never sits on the sidelines. We really need them. Well, we really need our people to get involved, get stuck in. We want people who pay attention to detail. It really matters to us. We want to make sure our customers have a great experience and someone who's brilliant to work with. So we want people to join us who resonate with all of these values as the values that we live by every day. But ultimately, we want people who are inquisitive. So we want someone who enjoys coming to work and wants to develop a long-term career at Unify.
So why work for you?
So our people mean everything to us, and it's the first thing you'll notice when you walk through our doors. So it's not just about creating a great experience for our customers, it's about creating a great experience for our colleagues too. So we want them to feel empowered to make things happen. We want to invest in their development and recognise them for a good job well done, as well as their contribution to the business and and their achievements. And I like to think that we have an ethical and supportive culture. So we're really proud to be a real living wage employer, and we're big supporters of the Greater Manchester Good Employment Charter. And then we also have ambitious diversity and inclusion goals, and some of these involve developing partnerships and supporting charities that have an impact on the cities that we work in. So, for example, at the moment we're working with a company called Pure Innovations, who promote independent lifestyles, and they support people with disabilities, and they support disadvantaged groups, and we really want to grow these kind of external partnerships in the future.
So finally, any hints or tips for those applying?
Yes, so when applying, especially if it's to our cleaning talent pools, it's great to see people who have put working hour preferences on there, because like I said before, in our cleaning services team, we have a variety of different shifts, but not all of those shifts work for everyone. So it's good if people put something like, I want to work weekday evenings, I want to work full-time, part-time, because it just helps the kind of matchmaking process along, and it makes it much quicker for us. And then another tip I have is don't be afraid to ask us questions during the application process. So we're always open to hearing from potential applicants and are happy to help, even if even if you think it's a silly question. There's no such thing as a silly question, in my opinion. It just shows that you're inquisitive and you care about the role. You want it to match your career aspirations. And then finally, the last tip off me is because we recruit based on individuals rather than skills and experience, it's great to see personalities shine through on the CVs. I know it can be quite hard to put in there, but we like to see what people like to do outside of work, so what the passions are, what the motivations are, or even putting achievements in gives us a glimpse into what individuals are like. But these don't have to be qualifications like GCSEs or A-levels, they don't need to be awards, but it can be personal achievements like in 2012 I ran a marathon, I learned how to crochet. I haven't actually done any of these things, just an example.
Brilliant, thank you very much, Jessie. Back to you, Stuart, in the studio.
If you're working from home at the moment, here are some simple ways to reduce feelings of isolation and support your mental health. Step 1. Get set up. Wake up at a normal time. This will stabilize your internal clock. You'll feel more refreshed, less tired, and find it easier to concentrate. Keep your morning routine. Get washed and dressed as if you're going to the office. This will help you get into the right mindset. Establish your workspace. Separating workspace from home space will make it easier for you to switch off at the end of the day. Clear away any clutter and make sure you're sitting up properly without strain. Here's some examples from our team. Step 2, get moving. Including physical movement into your routine will help maintain your physical and mental health. Take regular breaks, stretch, and move away from your workspace. Whether outdoors or indoors, make sure you plan in exercise. There's lots of online classes available, and you can even share some challenges with your colleagues. Step 3, get connected. Touch base regularly. Try video calls instead of email and regularly check in with your team, particularly at the start and at the end of the day. Socialize virtually. Your team coffee breaks don't have to stop now. Try hosting activities online with your colleagues. Share your experience. Getting to know your colleagues is a great way to stay connected. Share your pets, your workspace, and a bit about yourself too. Step 4, get support. Talk to someone. Feeling isolated can be stressful, so speak to your colleagues, family, and friends if you're feeling out of the loop. Use the available resources. If your organization has mental health first aiders or an employee assistant program, make sure you reach out to them if you're finding it tough. Practice self-care. There's lots more tips out there for looking after yourself while working at home or during self-isolation. Make sure you check them out, as well as our website, mhfaengland.org. Remember, the Samaritans are always there to speak to. As more organisations move to remote working, human connections are more important than ever. So let's get set, keep moving, stay connected, and support each other during this period.
So, thank you, Stuart. Today I've been joined by John from Tech Mahindra. Hi, John.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Great, nice to be here.
Brilliant. So, John, could you tell us, what does your company do?
Yes, so Tech Mahindra are a global organisation, but what we do at the moment in the UK is we look after customer service and technical calls for some very big companies within the UK.
So, where are you based?
We're based in beautiful Salford, near Media City, so it's a great surrounding, some great views, overlooking some of the greatest places in Manchester.
So, what roles are you currently recruiting for?
We have some very exciting roles around customer service and technical roles, where we'll be helping customers to solve some broadband, telephone and television issues.
So, could you tell us, what kind of people are you looking for to join the organisation?
We're looking for a variety of different people. So, people who are just interested in helping other people who have a real interest in technical things, people who've got great customer service skills. So, ideally, you may have worked in a contact centre before, but again, we want people to feel passionate about helping people. That's first and foremost what we do.
So, why work for you?
This is a great organisation, and again, you'd be joining us at a very exciting time as the company starts to grow bigger and bigger. We feel we've got some great activities that are happening on site, a real family feel. People can actually learn new skills, help to develop, and hopefully have a successful career with ourselves.
And finally, any hints or tips for those applying?
My biggest hint and tip is please just be yourself. We're not here to trip people up at an interview. We're here to get the best things out of you. We want the real great things that you have to shine through. So good luck to everybody. I wish you all the very best.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, John. It's been lovely to meet you. And now we're back to the studio with Stuart.
As winter approaches, we'll be spending more time indoors. This will increase the risk of coronavirus spreading. The following reconstructions of everyday environments show why washing hands regularly, wearing a face covering, and keeping at least 2 meters apart is vital in controlling the spread. Coronavirus can live for more than 24 hours indoors. You could pick up or pass on the virus by touching a contaminated surface. Washing your hands with soap and water or using hand sanitizer regularly throughout the day will reduce the risk of catching or passing it on. Coronavirus can be found in tiny droplets coming out of your nose and mouth. Wearing a face covering over your nose and mouth reduces the spread of droplets carrying the virus. This means if you have it, you're less likely to pass it on to others. Larger droplets can land on other people or on surfaces they touch. Spreading the virus through droplets is most likely to happen when you are less than 2 meters apart. Smaller droplets, called aerosols, can stay in the air for some time, especially if there is no ventilation. So when you are with people not from your household, you must keep at least 2 meters apart. The risk of spreading the virus through smaller droplets is much less outdoors, where there is more ventilation. Wash your hands, cover your face, make space. These are the 3 most effective ways we can all control the spread of the virus. Remember, if you have any coronavirus symptoms, high temperature, a new continuous cough, or a loss or change in your sense of taste or smell, get a free test by calling 119 or visiting nhs.uk. Together, we will control the virus and stop the spread. Don't forget, hands, face, space.
I'm delighted to be joined by Joy Blackburn. Hello, Joy.
Hi there, how are you doing?
We're doing really well, thank you. You've had a great 3 days. We're meeting up with some brilliant companies like yours and some people who really want to get back into work as well. So thanks for joining us here for this Northwest Works for You event. So just tell us briefly what your role is there, please, at Balfour Beatty.
So my role is I'm an emerging talent engagement specialist. So I work with schools, colleges, charities, universities, just to make sure we're giving opportunities to people that really need them.
Brilliant. And just want to ask you about Balfour Beatty itself, because I know you're no stranger to our channels, and we often have this discussion, don't we, about what people perceive Balfour Beatty to be. And the obvious thing is, oh, it's a construction company, but you're much more than that, aren't you?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, we're very much more than just a construction company. We're actually classed as an infrastructure company. So things that people may not be aware of are things like electrical transmission, that we do a lot of the cabling, so your overhead towers and all that sort of thing. But construction's very different in infrastructure, and it's now much more high tech. So where previously people think of construction as just being dirty boots on the ground, it's really not. And we use things such as drones, we use 3D, 4D technology and all sorts of things like that nowadays. So that means that we need to take on people who work in offices and do very, very different and interesting roles. So it's not just your out on site things.
No, and you're very passionate, aren't you, about the apprenticeship programs that the UK offers, and I know you've taken your fair share of apprentices over the years, haven't you?
Absolutely. Our CEO is the founder of something known as the 5% Club, so where we as a business commit that more than 5% of our workforce will be either apprentices, graduates, placements in training. But yeah, last year we took on 30% more than we had the previous year in spite of COVID, and we recognise that bringing in new talent brings in new ideas and new ways of working. So it gives us a good idea about how we can improve as a business.
Yeah, and the sector, let's be honest, has been, I mean, despite what's been going on in the world with the pandemic, I mean, the construction sector and your organisation, you've been really busy and you're taking on people all the time, aren't you?
Definitely, yes. So in spite of the pandemic, things have carried on, and we've still been doing building of hospitals. So we're doing a large one in Birmingham at the moment. We've still been going out on the roads and improving smart motorways or doing highways maintenance. So it never stops, and actually we work on so many things to improve the infrastructure of the country rather.
Yeah. So if someone's sat there watching this now and say, well, I've never worked on a building site before, they should look again, shouldn't they, at Balfour Beatty's careers website, because there's lots more opportunity than that. It's probably a small percentage actually of people who end up working on building sites for you. Absolutely.
If you look at any large company, it's it's always the back office functions, I suppose, that people don't consider. So your IT, your finance, your HR, business administration, they kind of give the support to the work on site. But so much of our work is now being taken off site because you can do it better in a controlled environment. You don't have the weather and things that can affect it. So don't think of construction just as being a site-based occupation. It's so much more than that, and there's so many different things that you could get involved in.
So if someone, like, for example, has got HR experience like yourself, or finance experience, or maybe loves graphic design, there may be a home for them at Balfour Beatty.
Definitely, absolutely. Just I would say we put everything, all of our roles on our career site, and we work with a number of charities, as I mentioned. So we work with people like the Prince's Trust and things like that. So we're getting involved in the Kickstart scheme. So yeah, think of your experience and use the transferable skills that you have to apply for roles that might be of interest to you.
Brilliant. And for all this week, we've been talking to employers about getting people back into work, and it's amazing. I mean, I've listened to so many employers like you, Joy, who seeing still the basic mistakes happening when it comes to CVs and people reaching out and getting in touch with you. Come on, you've seen your fair share of CVs, for example, over the years. What fundamental mistakes are people still making that we can try and correct that today?
I would say, if you're applying to a particular company, include that in your opening statement to your CV. Don't be afraid of it, but make sure you have one per company that you're applying for. The worst is when you receive a CV and it's got one of our competitors' names on it or something like that. And calling out basic skills that you might have. I suppose less is more in some respects. Make sure that you are including everything that is necessary, but you don't have to waffle. Use bullet points, try and make it clear, and highlight your achievements as well, things that you're particularly proud of that showcase your transferable skills as well, that could be used in a new role.
And then for the interview itself, you're probably doing more interviews, I would imagine, online using Teams or Zoom. What would